are Kate.
Great. Okay, let's go. Well, welcome everyone to the San Rafael City Council meeting of July 6th. We have a Zoom tradition of having all the staff that's present at the meeting to have their videos on to remind our community of the men and women who are working so hard on behalf of all of us every day. So thank you. It's nice to see you. We can't wait to see you in person, but until then, I'm glad you're a little square on the screen. So a month ago at our June 7th meeting, we had an extensive presentation and discussion around homelessness in San Rafael. For those who missed it, all of our meetings and the staff reports and the videos are online at our city website. Do go check it out. It is a complex issue, but I'm going to simplify it and say it's housing plus support services. So using this equation, we are grateful that over the last couple of years, San Rafael has worked with our community partners to house over 340 of the most vulnerably homeless folks in our community. But like so many things, unfortunately, the pandemic negatively affected these ongoing efforts, and encampments grew on the Caltrans property under the 101 freeway. As a society and as a city, we all know we need to do better, and we're going to continue to do better. And we're going to do that by focusing on housing plus support services. San Rafael has been a countywide leader throughout the years and has an ongoing commitment to get folks off the street and into housing. But back to the encampments, unfortunately, in that area, the calls for service to both San Rafael Police and Fire have seen a year-over-year doubling of those calls. This is a concern for the entire community and needs to be addressed. So San Rafael is utilizing a novel approach, novel in that we haven't seen it in Marin County yet, of creating a support service area that has security, restrooms, and garbage pickup, but most importantly, ongoing outreach and referrals to get people on a path to housing. We are optimistic that through these intensive efforts, we'll continue to house the unhoused, as that is the ultimate objective. I know that the city manager, as well as the city attorney's office, will provide further details about the city's current approach during their portion of the agenda. So with that, I'd like to close my mayoral remarks with a land acknowledgement, as it honors the original Indigenous people who have lived and are living today in San Rafael. This city is traditionally home to the Coast Miwok people, and we thank the original caretakers of this land and honor their continuing involvement and stewardship practices that benefit us all. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our city clerk, who can tell the public how they can participate in tonight's meeting.
Thank you, Mayor Kate. And may I also request a roll call for this evening?
Oh, I just jumped right into it. I was so excited to talk to you all. So may I have a roll call of who is here from the council?
Yes, Vice Mayor Bushy.
Present.
Councilmember Hill.
Present.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Present.
Councilmember Yeren Gladi.
Present.
Mayor Kate.
Present. Thank you for helping me stay on agenda. Now I will pass it over to you.
And I will pass it actually to City Attorney for a report out in closed session.
Thank you, Lindsay and Mayor Kate. No reportable action was taken in closed session this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I would like to ask staff to turn off their cameras. Before we begin, we would like to announce that tonight's City Council meeting will include Spanish language simultaneous interpretation provided by qualified interpreters on the Spanish Zoom channel now through completion of agenda item 8A. You can join the Spanish channel by clicking on the interpretation icon in Zoom toolbar. It looks like a globe. And we have posted a link to the Zoom meeting in the description of the video on YouTube. As a reminder, we ask that everyone participating tonight speak slowly to allow our interpreter to effectively express your comments. And I will ask Pablo to please hop in and provide that in Spanish as well.
Muy bien, bienvenidos. Antes de comenzar, nos gustaría anunciar que la reunión de ayuntamiento de esta noche incluirá interpretación simultánea al español proporcionada por intérpretes en el canal de Zoom en español desde ahora hasta la finalización del punto 8A de la agenda. Usted puede unirse al canal de español haciendo clic en el icono de interpretación en la barra de herramientas de Zoom, que ahora aparece un globo terráqueo. Y hemos también publicado un enlace a la reunión de Zoom en la descripción del video en YouTube. Como recordatorio también les pedimos a todos los que participen esta noche que hablen despacio para permitir nuestro intérprete exprese eficazmente sus comentarios.
Thank you. This meeting is being recorded and streamed live to YouTube through Zoom, where viewers can provide comments by telephone by calling 669-900-9128 with the meeting ID 817-3692-0337 pound, or comment and watch directly through Zoom using the link on the agenda. If you're commenting over the telephone, please press *9 when Mayor Kate opens the public comment period. And once you hear a notification that the host is inviting you to speak, you'll need to press *6 to unmute yourself. If you're commenting through Zoom, please use the raised hand button to let us know that you'd like to speak and wait until you've been unmuted. Again, as we begin taking strides to getting back to normal, the City of SRFA is preparing for a hybrid virtual meeting model. As of June 15th, public comment for City Council and Planning Commission has no longer been received through YouTube live chat, and correspondence will need to be submitted by 4 p.m. the day of the meeting to be published online and forwarded to the City Council. Any correspondence received after that deadline will be included in the record the following day. The City Clerk's office will no longer read comments aloud into the public record. And closed captioning is available for this meeting. The link is included in the description of the YouTube video, and it's also been posted to our live chat on Zoom. Thank you, Mayor Kate.
Thank you, City Clerk. So the beginning of the meeting, we have open time for public expression, any item that is not on our agenda. The City Clerk has described how you can participate, but she will remind you, and we'll turn it over to you for that.
Thank you. So to comment on Zoom, I know that I've just gone over this, but one more time, use the raise hand feature. If commenting by phone, please press *9. When you've heard the notification that the host is inviting you to speak, please press *6 to unmute yourself. Each speaker will have 2 minutes to provide public comment, and then you'll be muted once the time has elapsed. So as soon as this timer hops on our screen, once it gets to 2 minutes, I will be muting, and I will request our timer. Okay, we do have a hand raised.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Kate and City Council members. My name is Joanne Webster. I'm President and CEO of the SRFA Chamber of Commerce. And thank you, Mayor Kate, for your opening remarks about the support service area being developed under the freeway. I really want to thank you for your leadership in addressing this encampment. It was growing, becoming very unsafe and unhealthy, and there were many people that did not believe the city was going to take any action. So thank you for persevering, taking the lead with our other local partners, and addressing this issue. It is giant, and we really appreciate it. We also know that this is just an interim step in addressing this very complicated issue, and that we need to find permanent supportive housing for those that want and need it, and that's the goal. But thank you so much for taking this action right now and addressing this large encampment in our downtown corridor. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Joanne.
And that concludes public comment for items not on this evening's agenda.
Okay, thank you. Now we have the City Manager's report. I will turn it over to City Manager Schutz. There he is.
Thank you, Mayor Kate and Council. I will try to remember to speak slowly, although that's difficult for me. I have 2 brief updates and announcements this evening. My first announcement is about mitigating fire risk and the potential need for evacuations. We at the city are underway with many efforts, such as our defensible space and ignition reduction programs. But evacuation is always a possibility in a wildfire or disaster event. So Marin County, working with our San Rafael Fire and Police Departments, recently introduced some new tools that residents can use in case of an evacuation. As the city was working on our wildfire protection and prevention plan, the topic of evacuations was a top issue for sure, and also one of the top issues for the new Marin Wildfire Prevention Authority. The new tools help public agencies and community members know when the potential for evacuation is imminent and help evacuation teams know whether or not homes have been evacuated. You've heard San Rafael Fire Chief White speak at City Council meetings in the past about Zone Haven, And Zonehaven is a new online resource that includes evacuation information by zones or neighborhoods and provides real-time data on traffic, road closures, wildfires, and emergencies. So community members can check out their zone by putting in their address and be more informed on current conditions of active emergencies and monitor evacuation status. Our emergency preparedness manager, Quinn Gardner, wants me to make sure that I say it does not replace Alert Marin, the countywide emergency notification system to alert residents of emergencies. But while there is still some edits being made to Zonehaven and Marin, residents can check out the current version right now at community.zonehaven.com and put in your address. Additionally, a new evacuation tag program will be providing free tags to property owners who can place them on their home to show to public safety teams that that home has already been evacuated, and it'll speed up the process of evacuation. Our community can pick up their San Rafael evacuation tags at our new public safety center, which is at 1375 Fifth Avenue. In addition, we're making evacuation route improvements. The council has seen an ordinance on this recently this year about removing roadside vegetation and also installing parking boxes on narrow roadways. So while there's many efforts relating to evacuation underway, our residents' best action right now is to sign up for emergency alerts and also to have a go bag and evacuation plan ready. There's a lot of great information on these topics and many other items of interest about wildfire and evacuations at our fire department's webpage, which is right off of cityofsanrafael.org, and then go to the fire department. And you'll find a host of wildfire, both the planning documents and also what to do in emergencies and how to get your home inspected and things like that. So for my next update, I wanted to pick up from where Mayor Kate's comments were at the beginning of the meeting and provide you a little bit more information about the actions that took place today downtown. The city did send out a news release and social media posts and an e-newsletter and lots of different ways that we try to communicate today about a program that has gotten more formal this week about working with the encampments under US 101 downtown. The city of San Rafael has been working closely with the county of Marin. And just for the community, the county is the level of government with a health and human services department and homeless and mental health services. So they're absolutely a key partner to any jurisdiction working on the issue of homelessness. And local partners to house over 340 of the most vulnerable people experiencing homelessness in Marin since October 2017. So that's a lot. When we look at our point in time counts, having housed 340 people since October 2017 is a big achievement and shows a lot of the work that's going on with the county, the city, and our service providers. The City Council has long seen housing as the solution to homelessness and has built partnerships around that approach, which with the County of Marin that I mentioned, and also the county's Marin Housing Authority. The Marin Housing Authority being the entity that issues housing vouchers, and they recently obtained 115 new emergency housing vouchers through the federal stimulus programs. So those are two absolutely key partners, Housing Authority and Health and Human Services at the County of Marin, that we wouldn't be able to be successful working on homelessness issues as any jurisdiction in California without the partnership of their county and housing authority. Regarding the freeway site downtown, the owner of the property is of course Caltrans, and they dictate what is and what is not allowed there. The agencies with permanent authority under US 101 are Caltrans and the California Highway Patrol. So the city of San Rafael and the San Rafael Police Department can't and don't dictate what happens on Caltrans property, So we need to partner with Caltrans for all properties that are Caltrans property. And we've worked with Caltrans to be able to put a special focus on service delivery in the area under the 101. And the idea is to get people housed. The idea is not to have a large encampment underneath the freeway. The idea is to be able to work with people to get them housed. So how do we do that? It's not on our own. Again, it's through partnerships that we've created. The County of Marin has released some Project Room Key hotel rooms. That's a state program, Project Room Key, that provides funding for hotel rooms. And we've worked closely with the county, who agreed to release some additional Project Room Key hotel rooms. And we are working with the county and Homeward Bound to free up shelter beds now at the future Permanent Supportive Housing Project Home Key site in San Rafael. So as the council knows, the city of San Rafael recently contributed $1.3 million in funding from the city's housing funds for the county's purchase of the Project Home Key site in San Rafael, which will ultimately create 44 new permanent supportive housing units. Until that time, though, it is being used as a temporary transitional housing, and Homeward Bound is operating it. So it's a great resource for people to be able to get off the streets and have a roof over their head. The City of San Rafael City Council also recently approved $260,000 to work with the County of Marin on a regional program to add more social workers to work directly with people experiencing homelessness to match them up with the new emergency housing vouchers. So some people have asked, what can social workers do? It really is connecting people with the housing vouchers, the new emergency housing vouchers, and getting people the help that they need to be able to move into housing. And that, along with the Project Home Key, are more of the permanent style approaches to getting people housed, as opposed to some of the things that are temporary, like the Project Room Key that I mentioned. But all of these things help get people housed. And it's not, again, some future building that's waiting to be built. It's right now through available sites and emergency vouchers. The city has been working with Caltrans in a series of meetings led by Senator Mike McGuire to address the encampment issue and work with the County of Marin in a phased approach to relocate the encampment areas into one location. And that can act as a special service support area that provides what people need. And for example, round-the-clock security, restrooms, garbage pickup, cleanup, waste pickup, phone charging, and other kind of amenities that people need when they're experiencing homelessness, and also connecting them with regular support services and a real path to housing. And again, that's the real goal here. We're working with all of our partners that can help people get housed. That's what's taking place now and what's going to continue taking place at this site. So I won't get into all the details here, as this is intended to be just a brief update of the city manager report and not a whole agenda item on this topic. But for those that want to learn more, there's a lot more information on the city's website. The easiest place is just to go to our main landing page right at the base website for cityofsanrafael.org. And under news and announcements right on that page, the first document is called Homelessness Update Support Service Area for Viaduct Encampments. So you could read what took place today, the relocation and the delivery of services that started going on today and will continue to go on as we try to help people resolve their homelessness. And you can read about past efforts that have been going on at that website as well. So thank you for this time to provide some announcements and updates, and I'll turn it back to you, Mayor Kate.
Thank you, City Manager Schutz, and I really appreciate reminding people how robust our website is. We work really hard to have the information that people want there at their fingertips. If you're ever searching for something and can't find it, do let us know and we will make sure it gets up there, because if you're wondering where it is, I'm sure there are other people who want the same information. So thank you for bringing that to us. Our council members are out there working hard, and so I would love to hear what you've been up to and share with the community. I'll start with Vice Mayor Bushy.
Thank you. Before I start with my report, I would be remiss without shining a light back on our city manager and Mayor Kate for the just exemplary work that the two of you have done in showing the patience and persistence for this long process and finally bringing action to the Caltrans property and to bring our fellow San Rafael residents the services that they need to get into housing and to get back on their feet. So thank you for all the work that you have done. I know this has been a long process and we really appreciate it. So transitioning then to what I've been doing, I also, with the mayor, attended the San Rafael Sanitation Board meeting last week. We adopted our budget and we directed our staff to undertake a review of our reserve policy. The best thing I did last week, though, was hands down, hand out the awards to the Canal Karate class at the Borough Center. It was an absolute delight to be there in person with these young people working so very hard and gaining their discipline and to give them their new colored belts. It was wonderful. It's one of the great parts of public service is contact with the public, and we haven't had it for a while. So it was a delight to be there. So thank you.
Thank you. I want to see photos of that. We all need those like feel good moments. So thank you. Councilmember Hill.
Thank you, Mayor. I have two meetings to report out on June 25th. I attended the ABAG General Assembly, as happens somewhat rarely, but I was a delegate for the city of San Rafael, and we voted to approve their proposed budget and work program for the upcoming fiscal year. It passed. Further, there was a readout on the Regional Housing Needs Assessment cycle that's coming up 2023 through 2031. Municipalities throughout the Bay Area have the opportunity to submit their appeal if they want to by July 9th. San Rafael has sent a letter to ABAG indicating that we will not appeal the draft, which the unmodified allocation for this coming cycle would be $3,252. That is about 225% over what our current cycle numbers are. And so folks know a successful appeal would have meant that we would be shifting numbers within Marin County. I would characterize that as a zero-sum game. So just to say again, we are not appealing our draft numbers for this upcoming cycle. Regarding the Marin Municipal Water District, met last week with General Manager Ben Hornstein, along with Mayor Kate, Director Ali Judici, and Director Bill Guerin. We were considering ways that San Rafael can be a strong partner with moving toward better conservation, this overall target of 40% reduction in consumption. The main outcome is that we will, of course, better communicate with all stakeholders throughout the community. For the moment, the board, which is meeting concurrent to our city council meeting right now, will not be considering a moratorium on new hookups. And so that is something of note. It could always happen in the future, but we believe that there are better ways to achieve this outcome of conservation. One last note about MMWD is they are currently subsidizing flume water flow devices so that the overall cost is $50. By community anecdote, these are working very well and community members are saying, check it out. So I will be doing that myself. I believe Mayor Kate said she'll be doing that as well. So those are my reports. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hill. Councilmember Kurtz.
Thank you. I ordered my flume today, so looking forward to it. And I'm replacing my lawn. So that's the other thing that's happening with the Marin water. So you have heard my updates from City Manager Schutz, a lot around homelessness and Marin Wildfire Prevention Authority. So I will move on in it. I think you guys had the best update that anyone could have. So leave it at that.
Thank you. Councilmember Yorenz Gulati.
Thank you, Mayor Kate. So I also attended with Mayor Kate and some staff members the Canal Collaborative meeting, which is a great partnership with the county and some nonprofit agencies. Also attended the East San Rafael Business meeting that they have every 2 months under the San Rafael Chamber of Commerce umbrella. And it was really, really nice to be able to do that in person as well. So I really echo Vice Mayor Bushy to be able to see people and connect with them. So the two biggest topics were around homelessness and around garbage. And I think it was very productive. So the last but not least, I attended the Marin County Council and Mayor's Council around climate action meeting. And we had Dr. Liz Wiggins. She's an expert on wildfire, smoke, and emissions, and she does research around the understanding of the magnitude of the wildfire emissions and how that affects our air quality, the weather, and the climate. She's actually currently doing a fellowship at the NASA Langley Research Center. So that was actually really, really interesting. And finally, I would love to remind everybody that the mural on 3301 Kerner is up and it's beautiful. So you should go and check it out. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And I will close with some of the meetings. Thank you for already reporting out on many of the ones we attended together. I met with the representatives from the Guatemalan consulate, just building relationships across communities. As a follow-up to last meeting where we talked about community engagement and how we are going to reach out to professionals to help us figure out how we utilize technology, inclusivity, and the new district approach to really engage with our residents. We're in the process of engaging a company titled or called Common Knowledge. And their mission is to develop breakthrough civic, community, and employee engagement programs that bring different parts of the communities together to jointly define and act on shared goals, which I think was what we want around our engagement. So we'll continue to update our community as we move forward in that process. I was able to attend a ribbon cutting with City Manager Schutz at 2nd and B Street. It is apartments or condos, of which there's 6 affordable units. It is beautiful. And I took a little video that I have to post somewhere from up above. They had like an outside garden terrace. Oh my gosh, it was gorgeous. So that was a lovely event to actually see people and to cut a ribbon in person. And thank you to the San Rafael Chamber for organizing that. I am your representative on TAM. We have one of the discussions tonight later on the agenda around our guiding principles. Transportation Authority of Marin attended that. And finally, or 2 more things, the Gun Safety Collaborative, San Rafael and San Rafael PD has been a part of the collaborative organized by the District Attorney's Office. The campaign that's been going on has been focusing on gun locks. They'll continue to both educate and connect with our community around gun safety. All you have to do is open up the newspaper, it seems, after a weekend and realize that is a topic we need to continue to address. And then finally, going on the environmental comments that Councilmember Mike had said, I attended Bay Wave, which is a county collaborative, and it has a handful of elected officials, bunch of county staff, and they talk about what are ways that we're going to work together and collaborate around sea level rise, a big issue, obviously, to our community. And we heard an amazing presentation, which we'll have to figure out how to post it on our website. It was using restored beaches as alternatives to riprap. Riprap's a fancy word for those big kind of concrete blocks. And the restored beaches have habitat benefits. And the presentation was by Roger Leventhal, who is a Marin County engineer at DPW. It was so interesting. And I kept thinking about how could we have something similar in some of our shoreline areas. So I will follow up with Councilmember Micah to put some of that on the website so people can just see what the cutting edge and the conversation is around projects out there. So thank you all for what you do. I always learn from all of you. So appreciate the time that you do both to do the work and to report out to our community. Okay, so the next item is our consent calendar. Are there any items that any of you would like to have pull from the calendar for a separate discussion? Okay, not seeing any. I will open it up to the public to comment on any items on the consent calendar. And if you are commenting, do let us know what consent item you are commenting on because we have A through, I think, D. So that would be appreciated. City Clerk?
Thank you. To comment on Zoom, please use the raise hand feature. And if you're commenting by telephone, please press *9. When you've heard the notification to speak, you'll need to press *6 to unmute yourself. Each speaker will have 2 minutes to provide public comment and then will be muted once the time has elapsed. And as a reminder, we ask that everyone participating tonight please speak slowly to allow our interpreter to effectively express your comments. We do have, and I'm also going to ask for the timer. Thank you. We do have a speaker. And if you could announce the agenda item you would like to speak on as well in the beginning. Oh, they dropped off. Let's try Kristen.
Hello?
Hello, we hear you.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Kate and council members. Thank you for your time this evening. My name is Kristen Jacobson and I'm the Executive Director with Youth and Arts, and I am making a public comment regarding Consent Agenda 5D. As you may know, Youth and Arts is a community-based 501c3 nonprofit organization with its home in San Rafael, celebrating its 50th anniversary this year, of all years. For a small organization that relies on its school partnerships, the seemingly indefinite closure of schools was a devastating blow, and we pivoted all of our programming, built our own online creative learning platform, and actually expanded our reach through our virtual adaptation. This year, in fact, we partnered with San Rafael City Schools and offered arts programming for every student, kindergarten through 5th grade via virtual means. Of course, this meant we also had to pivot what we originally imagined as our 50th anniversary gala. As I'm sure you know, fundraising of this type is critical to our sustainability and longevity. And after countless iterations in navigating ever-changing COVID safety protocols, we settled on having a 2-part celebration, a fully virtual event in April and a scaled down in-person outdoors event in July. Our plan is to host a ticketed event on C Street and infuse the street level with music, art, dancing, joy, and of course, fundraising for this beloved organization, with public safety as our focus. City departments and our neighbors have been extremely supportive and helpful as we've reimagined this event, and we have obtained the permits and licenses necessary. The toll on arts organizations and nonprofits this year is nearly irreparable, and we've been eternally grateful to our work with neighbors, city, and partners to make this event a reality. I respectfully request you approve the one-night street closure of C Street on July 23rd so we can make sure Youth and Arts comes out of this pandemic season stronger than ever, reaching more students locally and beyond. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kristen.
Hi, I'm making comment on Consent Agenda 5D as well. Hello, Mayor Kate and all the council members. I want to sincerely thank you for taking the time to hear from your community. My name's Morgan Schaffler and I'm the Development and Gallery Manager at Youth and Arts. I would just like to echo what Kristen said about the fundraising challenges we have faced in the past year and a half. We had long planned to celebrate our 50th year in San Rafael with a large-scale gala. Contributed revenue from fundraisers like these are what help support the impactful work we do in our local community, in the schools and online. We unfortunately do not see nearly the same return in fundraising efforts with virtual events. And we've tried more than 5 of those in various formats throughout these COVID times. We attempted to have this particular event elsewhere in our beloved San Rafael. We reserved the JCC, but couldn't safely plan to have the event at the capacity we needed indoors. We then reserved a spot at McNear's Beach, but the Marin County Parks Department made the difficult decision to not take group reservations this spring and advised us to look elsewhere. Outdoors with limited capacity seemed to be the only safe option to celebrate our 50th anniversary. And we really could think of no better place within our budget than our home in downtown San Rafael. With the guidance of our wonderful city officials, we applied for the proper permits and licenses to hold our celebration on C Street. We've really been overwhelmed by the kindness and support we've received from those city officials, law enforcement, local business owners, and other community members. I ask you to please approve the one-night closure of C Street on July 23rd, so Youth and Arts can look forward to another 50 years of amplifying the creative voices of Marin County's kids. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is John Reynolds speaking from Maui, Hawaii. But I'm a resident of the Canal, a member of First United Methodist Church, San Rafael. I was taken with Kate's report about concrete structure to help with sea level rise. That's great. Hopefully, we're also considering marshes to deal with sea level rise too. Hopefully that's one of the options. A lot of options to deal with sea level rise. I know that. And the concrete may be one of those, but also the marshes, it's an organic, natural way to work to prevent sea level rise hurting us, as well as keeping our structures away from the sea itself, of course. But I'm just making that comment. Maybe you can respond or not. I'm just making that comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
If you've just been asked to unmute, you'll need to unmute. I'm going to give it a few seconds just for technical difficulty's sake.
Okay.
Maureen, I see a hand raised.
Again, we're taking public comment on consent calendar items 5A through 5D. So do let us know which item you are speaking to.
That concludes public
comment. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I came in just a few minutes late. Thank you everyone for being here. I'm not sure if I don't have the right time. I'm speaking on the community garden. Is that still something I can speak on now? Or is that coming later?
On the community garden. Well, why don't I'm sorry?
And the price increases.
So that's actually part of the public hearing. Can you sit tight? We're happy to take.
Of course I can. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I came in late. I was working and I just blew in here and tried to jump on the call.
No apology needed. It will be under the public hearing item 5B or 7B. Sorry, 7B.
Thank you so much, Kate.
Yeah, thank you, Maureen.
Excuse me. I'll come off now.
Okay.
And that concludes public comment.
Okay, so thank you for all for offering comment on the consent calendar. With that, I will close public comment and bring it back to the council for a motion and a second for approval, please.
I'm happy to make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Hill.
Aye.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Aye.
Councilmember Yeren Scalati.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye, that motion carries 5-0. The next item is a special presentation. I'm telling you, there's so many reasons we're going to have cake when we finally are all together. I will be presenting a proclamation designating July 2021 as Park and Recreation Month. I think I will be joined by Director Andrade Wax. I see Mark Machado, I think he might be the president right now of the Park and Rec Commission. I'm not sure who is, or the chair. And I see Robert Sandoval. Nice to see you. He's the chair, Robert Sandoval, and Catherine Kufa. So I'm not going to read the whole thing because it's quite lengthy, but I'm going to pick out the highlights. So whereas, you got to have the whereas parks and recreation programs are an integral part of the community throughout this country, including San Rafael, and they promote physical, emotional, mental health and wellness, and they support the economic vitality of the community. And whereas, and I'm going to read this full one because this one's so relevant, whereas park and recreation creates memorable experiences through engaging virtual and physically distanced programs, dynamic online events, and new learning opportunities designed to keep families active while stay-at-home orders were in place and beyond. Just think about that as I keep going what this year was and how our Park and Rec showed up. So whereas Parks and Rec foster social cohesiveness, and Park and Rec throughout the years remains versatile and innovative in providing vital services to communities through local, national, or global emergencies, all the while adhering to guidelines set forth by governing agencies. Now, therefore, I, Kate Collin, on behalf of the City of San Rafael and my colleagues, do hereby recognize that July 2021 is recognized as Park and Recreation Month in the City of San Rafael. And we are delighted to have a few words from the folks who are overseeing this important commission. Not sure. Okay, Director Andrade Rex.
Thank you so much, Mayor Kate and City Council. I would like to also mention that Catherine Kufa, our Assistant Director, is also here tonight. But I would like to turn it over to Chair Machado for him to share a few words if he'd like, or Commissioner Sandoval.
Sure. I'd just like to say that, you know, we have in the city a tremendous staff that really works in Park and Rec, and they just do a wonderful, wonderful job. And I also do have to say I've been on the commission for 10 years now, and we've had some great commissioners, absolutely tremendous commissioners that were dedicated to the work. But the new folks that we have gotten, like Robert, on the commission, have been really giving a lot, and so I would just say that. The Park and Rec Commission is in good shape, and I'll also say that staff is, we've got great leadership. So, thank you.
Thank you. I couldn't have said it better myself. It's the commission that is one of the most popular, and people think parks, but it's so much more than that, as we found out this past year with all the programming and everything else. So we're incredibly grateful to you. Commissioner Sandoval or Assistant Librarian Rec, I can't see all your title. Kufa, would either of you like to say anything on this item?
Mayor Kate, I would be remiss to not mention Director Guerin and his staff. When we talk about Parks and Rec, I have one half of it. He is my better half. And without him, I wouldn't have a stage or a field or a beautiful park as a backdrop to provide these wonderful programs and facilities. So I want to thank him as well and his staff.
Thank you so much. Catherine, were you going to add something?
I think Susan and Chair Machado did a great job, and just want to really recognize all of our staff in both parks and recreation. They've been out there this past year and a half, really on the front lines, supporting the community in new ways. And I think it's great to have this month to recognize them. We recognize them every month, but especially in July.
Yeah, no, well said. And our consent item, the council just approved the formation of the Park and Rec Master Plan Steering Committee. So for the community that is watching, you can participate. Even if you're not on the committee, those meetings are open to anybody. And so you will be able to give public input. And I'm hoping we have something very obvious on the website if people are interested, that they can figure out how to participate, because that's really the next step. We always want to enhance our parks, and the way we're going to do it is methodically, deliberately, and strategically through this master plan. So very fitting that was approved, and we have all of you. Well, thank you so much for all that you do for staff, the commissioners, and our community for appreciating our beautiful park. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay. Mayor, before we move on, I would like to toggle our interpreters and have them switch.
Excellent. Thank you.
One moment. Okay, Pablo, one moment. We're ready.
Thank you. I'm going to open the public hearing of the prohibition of camping on certain public property. And we will have a staff report from Assistant City Attorney Goldfein. I will turn it over to you.
Good evening, Mayor Kate and City Council members. In his report on homelessness at your June 7th City Council meeting, Andrew Henning noted the many actions the city has taken over the past several years to address the needs of persons experiencing homelessness in San Rafael. He also noted the growing size and number of encampments in San Rafael over the past year as a result of economic effects from and health restrictions imposed in connection with the COVID-19 pandemic. In his discussion of possible future city actions and initiatives Mr. Henning noted that staff has been studying possible changes to city ordinances to help address some of the most critical negative impacts created by the encampments. Following the June 7 meeting, the City Council's ad hoc subcommittee on homelessness asked staff to focus its work on ordinance amendments in two areas of immediate concern, namely the high wildfire risk posed by the growing encampments in Boyd Park and the public nuisance conditions being created by the presence of encampments in the city's parking garages. The item before you is to consider adoption of an urgency ordinance that would prohibit camping at any time in Boyd Park and in the city's parking garages. In regards to Boyd Park, staff has recognized for many years that encampments and the cooking and warming fires and flammable materials that typically accompany them add dangerously to the already critical risk of wildfire in the city's open space and on some other public properties. Our concerns have only increased since 2017, when California began to experience unprecedented, fast-moving, and catastrophic wildfires that have led to tragic losses of life and property. While Marin County has been fortunate in recent years to escape these devastating fires, the increased risk created by drought conditions have prompted both the city and the county to expand wildfire mitigation strategies. In 2020, the city adopted its Wildfire Prevention and Protection Action Plan, and the countywide Marin Wildfire Prevention Authority was established, funded by the voter-approved Measure C parcel tax. Due to this critical fire risk, the city has continued to commit city resources to the vigorous enforcement of the San Rafael Municipal Code's prohibition against camping in city open space. The city employs rangers to regularly patrol open space areas, and with the assistance of the Public Works Department, posts and clears encampments found there. Additionally, the fire department operates a comprehensive vegetation management program, which has been greatly expanded in recent months thanks to the funds provided by Measure C. The city has, however, deferred enforcement of camping on certain other public property, including portions of the city's parks, as a consequence of the 2019 federal court decision in Martin versus City of Boise. That case held that the City of Boise's criminal enforcement of its ordinance banning camping on all public property was unconstitutional when applied to individuals who had no alternative shelter available to them. The court reasoned that sleeping is a basic human function and right, and to penalize them for sleeping on public property when they have no other shelter options would constitute cruel and unusual punishment. In consideration of the Martin v. Boise decision and the ongoing lack of sufficient shelter for all of the unsheltered persons living in San Rafael, the city has deferred existing limits on overnight camping on some public properties by persons experiencing homelessness. However, the community has become increasingly concerned with the wildfire risk posed by encampments in Boyd Park, which is located in highly populated central San Rafael, directly adjacent to the San Rafael Hill open space. The expansion of encampments during the COVID-19 pandemic has also led to camping activities in places where they have not existed in the past, including the city's parking garages. And we are finding that these encampments are highly incompatible with the use of these critical city facilities. Encampments in the garages have generated numerous public safety calls to douse fires, to stop gushing water from tampered with fire suppression equipment, and to clean up debris and hazardous solid waste in stairwells and in parking areas. The city has been expending tremendous resources on public safety and public works calls for service and repair costs in an effort to keep the garages usable for necessary public parking. And staff deems it urgent to enact a clear prohibition of camping in these facilities. The proposed ordinance would impose a strict prohibition of overnight camping in Boyd Park and in the city's parking garages. And for all the reasons set forth in the staff report and the ordinance itself, staff recommends that it be adopted as an urgency ordinance that will take effect immediately. A vote of at least 4/5 of the city council is required for the ordinance to be adopted as an urgency ordinance. We're also recommending a provision in the ordinance that delegates authority to the city manager to order additional specific closures of public property to camping when he determines in consultation with staff and stakeholders that compelling circumstances require such closures. And that concludes my report, but I'm happy to answer questions from the City Council.
Thank you so much. So I'll just call on the City Council members. Vice Mayor Bushy, do you have any questions?
I do. My questions focus on the last topic that you addressed, and that is the delegation of authority to the city manager. Your justification for the two actions that you propose is very sound and comprehensive and persuasive. That justification, though, it seems to me would apply to many other sites. And I'm wondering why we are using a very open-ended and somewhat vaguely worded delegation to the city manager rather than addressing those up front. So help me understand why you chose that approach.
I think that that staff isn't feeling that at the moment there are other urgent areas that we need to address, but that in the upcoming weeks, circumstances might change and other areas may become seen as incompatible with camping. And so this was an effort to facilitate the process of addressing those areas by giving the city manager authority to do so. However, it's totally within the council's discretion whether to grant that authority. The alternative is to come back with additional ordinances or other policy actions.
Well, I'm just wondering, aren't you creating a system where we're always being reactive rather than proactive? We're waiting for something to happen and then the prohibition occurs and then it has to stop rather than preventing the encampments from occurring.
Well, as I said, the Martin versus Boise case prohibits us from outlawing camping on all public property. So we are trying to be careful with our actions and take them in discrete steps. At this point, these two areas are of major concern. And we will continue to work on examining other areas. And if we decide that there are other areas that merit the council's consideration, we could bring them back to the council definitely for action. I think the delegation was an effort to speed up the process where it might be necessary.
And maybe Manager Schutz could add on to that too as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I just wanted to add that if my memory is correct, I think that particular provision was added at the suggestion of the City Council's ad hoc subcommittee on homelessness. And I would take it as my charge to use kind of the same criteria that we're using at Boyd before, and not just something short of that, but something where it's a significant fire risk and ongoing encampment and has generated those types of calls for service that we've seen in order to do this somewhere else without the council authority. However, should the council wish to review these as a full council or as a subcommittee, that's perfectly fine as well. I think the subcommittee was just trying to look for a way to make us be able to move quickly when necessary, and as long as the conditions are similar to what's happening at Boyd.
And would there be any way that we could identify, say, a small group of other sites that would have similar vulnerabilities and not wait until the encampments occur and say, these are fire hazard areas and we can't have camping here and we're not going to wait till the encampments come because it only takes one spark. We don't want to be moving after the encampments have occurred. Could we identify a group of them that are similarly at high risk for fire or for essential public services, and basically add that group of sites to the two that we have tonight?
Vice Mayor Bushy, my take on it, and it's possible that Mayor Kate or Councilmember Kurtz might want to jump in, is that we could come up with a list like that. We'd be looking at park sites that back up to open space, particularly at those. They wouldn't meet the same criteria as far as calls for service and that sort of thing. But I understand that that's your point, is you're trying to reach them before they get to that point where there's calls for service. So that is something that we could take a look at if the council would like us to.
Thank you.
And we'll keep asking questions. People can keep asking questions, but I did want to build on that. There is the data component. So the calls for service is the other piece of it, right? So the possible hotspot or a possible area, we do tend to get calls. It's people tend to go to the same place. So that's why these were identified as the ones were having the most calls for service. And we can keep talking about it. We get to the discussion point about whether that makes sense to have that designation for the city manager, but we were trying to have I know what you're trying to say, something that is applied to all of San Rafael using the same tools ahead of time and recognizing our constraints for Martin versus Boise. So that's what we were trying to balance. It's helping to answer that question. Hopefully I did help answer it. Councilmember Kurtz, do you have any questions at this point?
No additional questions. I'll save some comments.
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Hill.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Assistant City Attorney Goldfein, I did have one clarifying question. It comes to Martin v. Boise. As you mentioned, the ruling held that cities cannot enforce anti-camping ordinances if they do not have enough homeless shelter beds available for the homeless population. Obviously, the ruling is goes into further detail, but do we feel that we're meeting this obligation, or do we feel like there's another interpretation, or I guess are we covered in terms of that part of the ruling, meeting shelter beds?
Well, I think we're very comfortable with this prohibition in the light of Martin versus Boise, because the case doesn't say that a city can't prohibit camping anywhere on public property. For example, you could prohibit camping at City Hall. There are certain places in certain types of public property where it's just incompatible to have people camping. So the decision doesn't go so far as to say nothing can be prohibited. And we feel that with our allowances, our deferral of enforcement in some of our public park areas, we're still allowing that option for persons who don't have any other option for shelter. And again, as the city manager and Mayor Kate were saying earlier, we are working especially hard right now to make that connection for those people to housing. So it's sort of a coordinated approach.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Councilmember Micah.
No comments right now. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Questions.
Yeah, we'll get to comments after. So let's open the public comment. City Clerk, if you could help us with that.
If you wish to provide public comment using Zoom, please use the raise hand feature. And if you're commenting by telephone, please press *9 and wait until you've heard the notification that I've asked you to unmute. You'll need to press *6. You will have 2 minutes to provide public comment, and then you'll be muted once time has elapsed. And as a reminder, we ask that everyone participating tonight, please speak slowly to allow our interpreter to effectively express your comments. And we do have public comment. I'm going to request a timer. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Pat Langley, a longtime San Rafael resident, member of St. Anselm's Catholic Church, a member of the Marin Organizing Committee. We recognize that the emergency ordinance before you tonight is a response to your civic duty to create as fire-safe an environment as possible for San Rafael citizens, both housed and unhoused. However, displacing people from Boyd Park begs the question, where will they go? Many currently living in the park moved there from open space just above the park. The 46 safe camping spaces recently created under 101 are not adequate for those moved from other spots under the freeway residing in Boyd Park parking garages, and other open space areas. The last thing we all want, is to have people dispersed throughout our open spaces into our neighborhoods and library lawn. San Rafael and the county have worked really hard to implement Housing First and have been successful in moving many of our most vulnerable into supportive housing. And the new housing, and thanks to San Rafael and other cities and counties, supportive case management. In pre-pandemic times, would be rightly celebrating the many accomplishments. The sad reality is that the pandemic has pushed many more people into homelessness, and we have a looming deadline of September 30th. We ask the city to work with the whole Marin community to meet this urgent need to create additional safe camping spaces, special support areas that do not place us in heightened fire dangers, places where advocates can work on moving people into housing. 2.5 months from now, we will put us in vulnerable fire season.
Thank you, Pat.
Hello.
We can hear you, but there's an echo. So maybe if you turn off one of your devices, maybe. Try again.
Anyway, hello.
There you go.
And is that easier?
That's better. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say, Mary Beth, thank you. And this is still echoing.
It is still echoing.
If you do you have YouTube on, Lori?
I don't know. Hang on. That should be better. It's not better. Now it's better.
Yeah. Do you happen to have two devices? I see your name twice.
Does this work better?
No, you're still getting some feedback. It sounds like it looks like you might have two devices for this meeting.
See if I can get one off. Is that off? No. Why don't you come back to me in a minute?
Okay. Yeah, try back. Yeah.
Has someone received a notification to unmute? You'll need to press *6 if you're calling by telephone. Here we go.
Okay.
We can hear you.
Hi, my name's David. I'm a resident of San Rafael, and I'm specifically, I'm very interested on what your timeline will be to generate these safe camping, your phase 2B safe camping, or really commonly referred as sanctioned campsites. Do we have any timetable on that?
So thank you. What we do is we'll take in public comment right now, and then after we close it, we'll go and we will answer at that time any questions. Okay?
Very good.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, this is John Reynolds again, a resident of the Canal, also a member of MOC. Yeah, I'm concerned. We've talked to the homeless chaplain, and we've talked to people that are concerned about the homeless and have regular communication with the homeless, the HOTS team, Lynn Murphy, and that kind of thing. And the question I have is, there have been occasions where there have been fires being set in Boyd Park and in the parking garages, and so there's a reason to exclude the parking garages and Boyd Park because of that. The other thing is we need to have a timeline right to get places where these people from Boyd Park can go and the people from the garages can go. We have the contingent of the homeless chaplain and Lynn Mercy and the HOTS team that regularly meet with these people. And it's not, the homeless people are residents and they have a modicum of discipline themselves and understand wildfire danger. We don't want to have wildfires, of course. We don't want to have fires in the parking structures, of course. I understand that. But is there really evidence that that's going to happen? The people in the garages and in Boyd Park are actually setting fires, and therefore there's a danger in the open space. Is that really happening? We need to include the perspective of the homeless chaplain and Lynn Murphy and other homeless people who are responsible people in making these kind of decisions. Please consider that strongly. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Lori, it looks like you've got your issue resolved. Let's give it another try.
I think I do have it resolved. My
apologies.
Sorry about that. I just wanted to mention that last time Boyd Park was closed down when the museum had all those issues going on, everybody moved to Albert Park, and I would really like that not to happen again. That was very frightening at the time. So that's my whole comment, all 15 seconds of me, 20 seconds. So thank you.
Thank you, Lori.
We're ready for you, Jonathan.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for taking my call. My name is Jonathan Harb. I've owned and operated my own business in San Rafael since 2007, working in visual effects for feature film, television, games, apps, and more. My business has employed hundreds of people throughout its history and currently employs dozens. In 2018, I bought 818 Fifth Avenue and 821 Fifth Avenue in downtown San Rafael. I embarked on a 3-year construction project to rehabilitate and update these properties. To date, I've invested over $4 million in downtown San Rafael. Excuse me. My wife, Sarah, is a registered nurse and has been working throughout the course of the pandemic. We live in Sun Valley here in San Rafael and are expecting our first child later this year. We're the very definition of locals. Throughout our time here in San Rafael, we've seen some of the worst sides of the homeless issues here in our city. As my business is adjacent to Garden Lane, many homeless use this small street as a thoroughfare to the downtown corridor from places like Boyd Park. The parking lot at 821 Fifth Avenue was a notorious encampment location and only changed after the years-long rehabilitation that we invested in it. We've personally cleaned up needles, dealt with drugs, paraphernalia, arson, the result of arson on our properties and others, cleaned up human waste, you name it. We're also familiar with the federal court's Boise ruling and have been often frustrated by the city government's limited ability to enforce some of these, even the most basic rules of what seem like just decency. This resolution seems like a very positive step. And as a local business owner, I want to express my heartfelt thanks and backing for the implementation of the ordinance.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Sunny Lee. I've been the 22 years of residence of San Rafael behind the hills of the Trinity Church. We have a massive, very steep terrain, private lot near our properties. I'm a secretary for our neighborhood association of about 130 residents in our street and adjacent streets, hills behind the Picnic Valley. And we have reached out last year because we had a repeated encampment, homeless encampment happening in this property. We are concerned when Boyd Park is now limiting the camping, these folks might move onto different properties. So my concern is, please, any department associated with this changes, please pay attention for the other properties, private or open space, both, that there's encampments might happening, and that's my concern. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sunny.
That does conclude public comment. However, I am going to toggle our interpreters for this moment.
Okay, and while the city clerk is doing that, I will close the public comment, and I'm glad that Chief White has joined us, but let's give a moment before we keep going till we get we're ready to go sign.
Ready.
Thank you. So Chief White, thank you for joining us. I knew you were already here, but for turning on your camera. I know there had been questions and concerns regarding fire safety. And if you could speak to that, I think there was a question specifically about whether there were fires in the garage and maybe the data around what we have. That would be appreciated.
Absolutely. Good evening, Mayor Kate, council members, City Clerk Laura, and members of the public who have joined us this evening. I just would like to state briefly that it pains me to say that unfortunately the reality is we've had numerous risky fires take place, both in parking garages and in some of the open space areas. What we're attempting to particularly avoid with the ordinance proposed this evening is a repeat of some of the dangers I've witnessed locally and in other areas of the Bay Area. And so with this, the San Rafael Hill, as an example, is an area that I know had an incident a couple of years ago. And we do have existing fuel, and we're trying to address some of those challenges with that specific area with this ordinance. Encampments, although some individuals are very responsible, unfortunately, accidents do occur and miscalculations occur. We have very dry fuel. We have a mix of individuals who may use open flame as an example. And with the best of intentions, even a rapid or a small fire can rapidly get out of hand. And so that being said, we want to ensure that we're doing everything we can to be very proactive about preventing a catastrophic incident from occurring and creating some sort of damage to structures, homes, businesses, and even lives that can be prevented. And so this is a preventative approach, and I think it's the safest approach to assure public safety and reduce the potential for property damage. That being said, as the mayor indicated, we've had a substantial increase in the number of encampment fires that have occurred and the number of responses that we've had to respond to over the course of the last couple of years. And that takes us away from being able to provide our mission in other critical life-saving instances. And so we're dealing with an encampment response as opposed to someone who's had a stroke or a cardiac event or some other traumatic incident. And we're delayed responding because someone else has to respond from a distance 2 or 3 minutes away. Those are critical moments that we really would want to make sure we're on scene providing the best of care possible. And so, to those that have experienced some of the frustration, I appreciate you sharing this evening. But again, the mayor and the city manager Schutz and others have been very proactive about trying to address this in the best way possible, in a way that I haven't seen other communities address the problem. And so I give them a lot of credit for being very instrumental in trying to seek the change that's going to be meaningful in shaping community risk down to hopefully as minimal as possible until permanent housing solutions can be crafted. So I don't want to go on, but I just do want to say that our members experience it, we see it, and these are proactive measures that we believe will help make a difference with public safety overall. And so I just, again, want to commend the mayor and the city manager for their efforts moving forward on initiatives like this that basically reduce potential risk and prevent an incident from occurring as preventable.
Thank you, Chief White. And if you can stay on while we get to additional comments, that would be helpful. I see it, City Manager Schutz has joined us. I heard another question that was specifically about where are the supportive service area that I had mentioned in my comments, and I think, Jim, you had mentioned in yours. So if you could talk to that, and our Chief Spiller, I'm not sure.
Sure. I can start us off, and then if Chief Spiller wants to add anything, that's great. So we have a service support area on Caltrans property between 5th and Mission downtown right now. And Caltrans is allowing us, we have been providing services to individuals experiencing homelessness there already, but now we have a particular focus and have added all of the things that I mentioned during my comments earlier to that specific site to make it more of a focus area. So people that are at Boyd would be treated similarly. We would want to be able to help them resolve their homelessness. They could receive services there at that site that I just mentioned. And it's not a matter, I think the question was also about a sanctioned campsite. I think the point I was trying to make earlier is that there's sites now where people could leave from sleeping outdoors and move indoors, both at the future Project Homekey site, which is currently being run as a shelter by Homeward Bound in San Rafael, and also spaces at Project Roomkey, the hotel room site, and then the vouchers that we have available. So we're very interested in working with people and helping them resolve their homelessness in those ways. Chief Spiller, did you have anything to add to that?
Thank you. You actually shared much of what I was going to. One of the direct questions was timetable. One of the questions that a community member asked was timetable, and alternate options are available at the.
Wait, you just hit your mute. Try it again. You're part way. There you go.
I lay something on my keyboard, it hits my space bar.
Yeah.
There are services available now. There are alternate locations for individuals to reside currently. So I wanted to address that question. And then another question was specifically sites available for those that are currently in Boyd Park that would be encouraged to find an alternate location. There is currently room in the 5th to Mission lot. We have the ability to expand the capacity that we're currently realizing, so we can certainly expand for that. And I wanted to underscore Chief White's comments as it relates to the parking structure. We have had multiple suspicious and intentional fires. We've had individuals tampering with fire protection systems, fire extinguishers, things like that. So that is a significant concern in the structures. And of course, all of our contacts with the rangers in these open space encampments are centered on fire prevention, public safety. And since January, we've had 116 campsite warnings or inspections, and each of those includes fire protection and dangerous, open flame, the evidence for that type of danger. So I do want to underscore Chief White's concerns in terms of the fire risk that exists.
Thank you, Chief Spiller, and thank you for answering all the additional questions. I was writing my notes, but you definitely got the ones that I missed, so thank you so much. So I will bring it back to the council for additional questions or comments. So please do offer both. And I'll start with, let me go through, I'll call on each of you, it's just easier. So I'll start with Vice Mayor Bushy.
Well, I completely and 110% support the resolution as presented with regard to the Boyd Park and the parking garages. There's no doubt about that in my mind that that's fully justified and we should move immediately. I'm interested in sort of the next tier of places that we should be thinking about. And I am mindful of the last time we closed Boyd Park and what happened at Albert Park. If we're just going to be transferring the problem around the city, that's not really helpful. Or we should anticipate that so that we can direct these people to our service providing area where they can get signed up and get into the programs that they need to get the supportive services that will help them. So I'm thinking that maybe that we should definitely adopt this resolution as brought forward tonight, but then perhaps ask our staff to work on a second sort of supplemental designation of sites based on a logical set of criteria, probably many of which will come from the chief or maybe the chiefs to select sites and then come up with a second group of sites that we will make similar designations on, not waiting till we get calls for service. But so that's where I am at this point.
Thank you. Councilmember Yorenz Gulati.
Yes, thank you. So actually, following to the comments from Vice Mayor Bushy, I guess what I'm trying to understand is like the structure of this resolution, because I know it's very specific for those two, like areas or more than the areas with the parking lots. But my question is, if we authorize our city manager to be proactive about it, if there is a new, for example, if they go to Alberts Park, if the city manager is able to be proactive and be dealing with that situation before it comes to the council, because I understand the legality of maybe not being able to do, resolutions for all the areas, but maybe will the city manager be able to address that without a resolution though? So that's my question.
Well, I think the intention of the ordinance is to delegate that authority to the city manager. I think it's also worded so that that discretion won't be used unless there are compelling circumstances. So I think that's the intention of the way the ordinance is written.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, because I think I agree with Vice Mayor Bush that I would like to be more proactive as well. So I wonder, with the city manager, if it's going to be more like preventive or reactive. But in any case, I think for now, this is definitely something that I can support. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hill.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Assistant City Attorney Goldfein and Chiefs, City Manager, and everyone for providing testimony this evening. I do have a better sense, having listened tonight, in addition to what was presented in the staff report, that we're really trying to work with all the constraints that are imposed by Martin v. Boise, as well as the realities and practicability of creating journeys toward rapid rehousing with wraparound services. I do feel that there's been strong intention to learn from other municipalities that have gone through similar journeys, and I feel like we're trying to take those learnings and apply them here. I'm appreciative of the navigation of these constraints. So I am going to be voting yes on this urgency ordinance. So thank you all for your testimony tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz.
Thank you, and thank you to everyone. As a member of the Ad Hoc Committee on Homelessness, this was a big discussion for our committee as well. And we went through the various iterations of the extreme, close every park, close just the parks that are related, that border open space, to some, to none. So we went through the whole process. And I think at the end of the day, the important thing that we had to get to was we had to use the data. And we had to use what was really driving the needs and the concerns. And it was the public safety calls, as well as the extreme fire danger. So I think that process was really slow and methodical as we were thinking about it. We were also we were educated through Lynn Murphy and Carl Hoover and many on the police department. Huge rounds of thanks for all the outreach that's being done to all the homeless in Boyd Park, as well as other areas within San Rafael, in addition to those who are living under the viaduct. So we had talked very specifically that the same support services that are being provided to those under the viaduct are also being provided to everyone who is homeless in San Rafael. And the outreach and the list of names, it's for everyone. And so that was an important component as well. I do think that it's important that we provide the city manager the ability to use very similar criteria in conversation with the ad hoc committee or what we've already talked about this so much that we know that there are critical needs that happen in between council meetings. And so this will provide that ability to act without having a whole council meeting and a staff report, because we know there is a level of urgency, both to act compassionately and humanely for those who are homeless, as well as a safety for the whole community. So I do think it's important that we provide that and continue with the program that we're implementing today. With the support services. I mean, it's been really active for less than 24 hours. So we're breaking new ground on this one. And I think it's important that we take day by day. But this resolution is a good step. And I think it works within the constraints of the legalities that we're faced right now. That's it.
No, excellent comments from my colleagues. And, Lisa Goldfein had said it very well. This is a part of a whole menu of solutions or tactics that we are doing in San Rafael to support people that are homeless, as well as get them into services, as well as recognizing legal constraints, as well as wildfire. Like, there are a lot of things we're trying to balance. So they really have to be taken together. And I think between all the comments that have already been given, we're putting the pieces into place: the Project Room Key, the Project Home Key, the vouchers plus the social worker fund. I mean, those are three, concrete, literally roof over your head, the supportive service area we've talked about. So there are options. And it is part of the whole package, which I feel we're doing differently here in San Rafael than other jurisdictions. Other jurisdictions, I hate to say, are just doing just the legal piece. And we're really trying to say, okay, we recognize that people need to go somewhere. So the supportive service area, temporary situation where we can work with folks, get them the outreach and get them the referrals. So I think we're on the right track with this urgency ordinance. And the reason it is urgency is so we can take action right away. But I did want to follow up on the conversation around the proactive nature of it. And I concur that having the city manager have that authority enables us to act more quickly. And I'm wondering, and I would be interested from the city manager or the chiefs, is there a way to have a more formalized approach that the chiefs are weighing in with the data that they're receiving? Maybe that's already happening, the calls for service, so we see it as it's emerging, and then that action be taken place if an action is needed, and then there's a report out at the council. But to Councilmember Kurtz's point, it is very data driven. It's not I think there's a homeless encampment over here, or I saw someone. It's actually, where do we have ongoing issues driven by the data? So I'm trying to what we're trying to do is to be deliberate and strategic and be smart about this. So I don't know if city manager has any comments, or maybe it's set up that way as the way that it's written.
Yes, Mayor Kate, what I was thinking of when you were describing that was kind of how we respond in an emergency operations center sort of way, where if there is an emergency, we need to do something proactively or quickly, we can do that. And then staff brings it back to the council kind of for a formal ratification. So that's certainly an option of something that we could do. I just would, if it's possible, to get clarity on Vice Mayor Bushy's comment. What I was hearing was a little bit more than that, which was staff would, if the council were to approve the item tonight, staff would work on those sites and come back to you intentionally before another action was taken and say, these are the next ones that we feel maybe fit into the same sort of category. So I just want to make sure we have clarity in the motion of which of those two things you'd like us to do.
Vice Mayor, did you want to?
Just to help you understand what I was envisioning. I was not envisioning something driven by calls for service because in my mind, that's too late because the fire's already burning, literally. What I was thinking more was that different sites would be considered based on the risk of fire. so that we would look at for, and I'm just pulling these out of the abstract, a vacant paved parking lot would have a different fire risk than a hillside full of tinder underbrush. And we would designate the hillside, if that were on city property, as a high fire risk, no camping ever. And we would do that before we started getting calls for service. So that would require some risk assessment of different properties. And there might be other, I made a list of the 3 things that I would have on my list. 1 would be fire danger, 2 would be children's playgrounds, and 3 would be public services or offices, thinking something like the parking garage or city hall. Those 3 types of areas of public property would be, camping would be prohibited in those areas, all of those areas ahead of time, and regardless of calls for service. That's what I was thinking. And maybe that's not practical. Maybe additional consideration needs to be given for sort of the phase 2 of this effort, phase 1 being the resolution we adopt tonight. But that I think we need to do more. We can't just be going along behind after the fires and the calls for service and then saying, oh yeah, there shouldn't be camping there because they just burned down half the city. That's not what we want to be doing. We want to be doing this ahead of time. But I think we've got a great starting point, and I'm thinking that we should leave it to our incredibly awesome staff to take our comments and thoughts and see what can be practically put together as a next step. And I mean, I could envision this coming back as like a consent item. Here's our tier 2 sites. These are the criteria we applied. We applied them uniformly across all city properties. And here are the 10 additional sites that meet those criteria. And it's just a consent item, and it joins the Boyd Park and the city parking garages in the list of camping prohibited sites.
Thank you for that additional clarification. I think when Councilmember Kurtz and I with staff was the ad hoc subcommittee, as it were, it was really driving the wildfire, possibility of wildfire. And then of course, as the assistant city attorney has already talked about, the issues in the parking garage. And what we were very conscientious, and a lot of our discussion was about, is it would be very easy. We've seen this in other communities. I'll talk about other communities, that the list gets so long that one, there's both the legal component and then there's a humanity component. Like, okay, where are people supposed to go? Like we were working really hard here in San Rafael to have these different options. So with the advice of the city attorney's office, these 2 places, which it seems like we haven't voted yet, but there seems to be support for it across the board. So I hear that, but yours is and. So one way about this would be to have a report back. I mean, I would appreciate the chiefs and the city manager to be thinking about what we have said, because I don't want to be a knee jerk also and just come up with a bunch of criteria and have something that, I don't want, XYZ near my house or this. It just, we're trying to balance a lot of different needs. And I think that having the supportive service area, that could really be a game changer. We are having something here in Marin County that, and I mean, a game changer for San Rafael, for folks that are already here. So city manager, do you have any additional comments? I mean, I think the mayor has a good point, but I'd like us to keep moving forward, and I don't want us to weigh it down so much or make it legally really impossible to manage.
Yes, thank you. That was extremely helpful. So I appreciate that. And what we could do is we could put our heads together as staff and then bring back something to the homeless subcommittee to make sure we're on the right track. And I think that we can do that assessment. Meanwhile, if there's anything that urgently comes up, we could make a change quickly, but we will have a little bit more time to do this assessment and report back to you, and we'll make sure we go through the homeless subcommittee.
Thank you. Okay. Are there additional comments from my colleagues? Okay, so with that, I will ask the city clerk to call the roll on this item once we have a motion in a second.
I move that we adopt the resolution.
I'll second.
City clerk, do we need it written?
It's actually an ordinance for the evening, and if we could read the title, the full title of the ordinance.
No, I'm going to have to get my glasses on.
Yes, you
Title of the ordinance is an urgency ordinance of the San Rafael City Council pursuant to California Government Code Section 36937B, prohibiting camping or lodging at any time in Boyd Park and in city parking garages.
Thank you for the motion. I think there was a second. Yep, they're moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Hill.
Aye.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Aye.
Councilmember Yaran Scalati.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye, that motion carries 5-0. Thank you, Chief White, Chief Spiller, City Manager Schutz, and of course, Assistant City Attorney Lisa Goldbein for bringing this to us. Thank you so much. The next agenda item is the proposed Library and Recreation Department fee update. It's all things Park and Rec. It's your month. A consent calendar, a proclamation, and now we have this item. So I will turn it over to Director Andrade Wax.
Thank you, Mayor Kate, City Council, Susan Andrade Wax, Library and Recreation Director for the City of San Rafael. Glad to be here tonight. It's been a long process and we're very excited to be here. We are also going to be joined by our two assistant directors. Catherine Kufa is the Assistant Director of Recreation and Childcare, and Assistant Director Henry Bankhead is also the city's librarian. So if we could have Catherine share her screen. So before we begin, there is quite a lot of information, as you probably can guess, and we have additional slides if they're necessary, and we will be glad to answer any questions, but I'm going to try to go through this as quickly as I can, as efficiently as I can, but if there are some questions that cannot wait to the end and it's better for clarification, please stop me and we'll be glad to answer it. So the City of San Rafael last conducted a comprehensive update to the city's master fee schedule in 2011, so 10 years ago, which included fees for a variety of city programs and services. Prior to the master fee update in 2011, the city's fees were adjusted every few years. Since 2011, there have been some minor fee adjustments made to a few library, recreation, and childcare programs and services, but there hasn't been a comprehensive analysis and update done until now. So for the past year and a half, city staff, along with the city's consultant, MGT, conducted a comprehensive review and analysis of the city's master fee schedule. The review included evaluation of the city's current fee structures and recommendations for both updating the fee structures and the fee amounts to better align with current offerings and cost recovery goals. What are we going to be talking about tonight is really focused on the Library and Recreation Department. Although the master fee update process included all of the city's departments, we have completed our review and completed our community engagement, and so we're ready to present to you tonight our department's recommendations. MGT Consulting, along with department staff, performed a detailed market analysis using a range of local agencies or similar providers to develop recommendations for fee structures and levels. Together, we evaluated the Recreation and Child Care's division's cost recovery levels and developed an updated fee structure that would better support the division's current program and goals. Fees were evaluated to ensure that they were aligned with current program offerings and that similar fees were being charged for like services and/or amenities. Additionally, we identified best practices and common approaches from other like agencies that were incorporated into the proposed fee recommendations for the entire department. So what's included and what isn't? So for the Recreation and Childcare Division, the fees that are included in this master fee update are centered around the facilities, aquatics, athletic fields and picnic areas, the community gardens, the city's street banner program, the child care program, which includes preschool and school-age care, and tennis. What is not included? Contract classes for youth, adult, and seniors, contract youth camps. Both the classes and the camps are provided by contract instructors. And as such, the city does not tell a contract instructor how much they can pay. We negotiate and discuss what fees should be charged, but they are independent contractors, so their fees are not included in this master fee update. Also is not included are the art exhibits and co-sponsored programs such as the Golden Airs and programs that are offered over at the Albert J. Borough Community Center or Pickleweed Park, and grant funded programs. And some of those would include the Pickleweed Preschool as a good example. So some of the major or most notable fee changes in the Recreation and Childcare Division, the goals of those were to make sure that we had across the board adjustments to align with market. We made structural changes at Falkirk to better match competitors' fee structures, hours, and rates. We brought the San Rafael and Terra Linda Community Center rental fees into alignment with each other, so to make sure that we're charging the same amount for the same size room and amenities. We established fees for all of our athletic fields and additional park space rentals, which we didn't have. We only had one fee, for example, for an athletic field, but we didn't have them for all. So we made sure that we had prices that were associated with the size and amenities of each of our amenities. We adjusted picnic area rental fees to reflect their size and capacity. Before, we just had one price based on two different categories. Now we have ones that are more associated with the size and again, the capacity of each one. We changed the pool pass seasons and the types of passes offered to reflect what the community uses and to make sure that there are additional opportunities for us to open the pools earlier and maybe to extend the pools being open a little later into the fall season. We aligned the two community garden plots to increase equity. For example, the two community gardens that we have right now, one is at the canal and one is in Terra Linda. Although we were charging similar prices, it's interesting to note that the community garden at the canal is 50 square feet for a plot, and the plot size up at Terra Linda is 450 square feet. So it's 9 times the size, but we were charging the same amount. So we tried to align those as well. We've increased banner fees to recover the direct costs of actually hanging the banners, and increased childcare fees to recover program costs, and also so the program can build reserves to fund capital improvements and infrastructure needs. So while most city user fees must be based upon a cost recovery analysis, recreation fees are unique in that per Proposition 26, they can be set at prevailing market rates. The city's consultant, MGT, informed the city that most agencies typically recover 50% of their recreation program costs. And you can see right now with our current costs that right now recreation is recovering 44% of its costs and childcare is recovering 97%. It is also important to note that the city's cost recovery goal for childcare has always been set above 100% so that the program is able to build reserves needed for infrastructure needs and long-term capital improvements. With the proposed recommendations for fee increases, they will slightly improve the cost recovery goals and move from 44% in recreation to 52%, and slightly increase the childcare cost recovery rate from 97 to 102%. Next slide. Now, the library division has quite a few different things that we're going to be talking about. They don't have the traditional fees or cost recovery goals that recreation does. They have completely kind of the opposite. They have 3 main goals that they would like to make sure that their recommendations support. Ensure equity and access. The national trend of eliminating late fees and overdue fines has been found not to adversely affect the return of library materials, but actually increases access and use of the library and its resources. This is also supported by the library's own data over the past 4 years after eliminating youth late fees a few years ago. They also want to align with best practices and current trends. Several large library systems throughout the Bay Area, including the Marin County Free Library, which makes up more than 50% of the MarinNet Consortium, announced in 2019 that they would no longer charge daily fines for late materials. Since the San Rafael Public Library is a member of the MarinNet Consortium, it simply makes sense for us to be in alignment. And lastly, account for financial impacts. Next slide. So the proposed fee changes for the library are eliminate daily fines for all adult patrons, eliminate library card replacement fees, and no changes to material replacement fees, copy fees, or children and teen late fees, which were already eliminated in 2015. And in anticipation of the reduction of revenue from eliminating those fees, the library reduced their fiscal year 2020 and 2021 operating budget by $30,000 in expenses. They also programmed into the budget for fiscal year 21-22 the reduction on an ongoing basis. So there will not be concern about the loss in revenue by eliminating those fees. Their budget has already been reduced to match that loss in revenue. So community outreach, what did we do to make sure that the community was well informed about the proposed recommendations? We conducted individual stakeholder meetings with some of the most impacted user groups, which included aquatics, specifically lap swimmers, the community garden plot owners. They were all sent emails and letters to engage with us on Zoom meetings to provide their information. Field renters and ongoing facility renters. They all met with staff in Zoom meetings, received a presentation, and were also informed of when the meetings were going to be, when the item was going to be presented at Park and Rec Commission meetings, as well as the City Council.
Susan, I'm so sorry. May I interrupt you for just one moment? We need to switch interpreters. Give me one moment. Okay, we're ready. Thank you.
Certainly. So after the individual stakeholder meetings, staff also shared the information with the child care families. We then went to several board and commission meetings, which included the Park and Recreation Commission, the Library Board of Trustees, the Economic Vitality Subcommittee, and most recently, the newly formed Pickleweed Advisory Committee. The feedback that we received is as follows. Proposed recreation fee increases, they made sense. They seemed fair. We received a lot of comments after 10 years. It just made sense what we were doing. There was appreciation for the childcare rates remaining affordable. Strong support for the proposed elimination of the library fines. And the only comment about adjustments really came from the public about non-resident aquatics rates, feeling that maybe those should be increased slightly. But overall, we received some really good input and support for all the recommendations. The proposed implementation, if approved tonight, there are different dates of when these would go into effect. Because we have adopted some COVID rates, in some cases, it might make sense to implement them immediately. With aquatics, it would. The rates that we are charging now are based on the COVID and some of the limited services that we've been able to provide. As we move forward into more of a reopening and are able to offer new programs in aquatics or the older programs that we used to have and reestablish them, we would like to implement these new fees. The athletic fields would go into effect next January when people are reserving those fields for their season's play for next year. The banners would go into effect immediately for all of those individuals who have not reserved banners or paid for them. Childcare fees would go into effect with the school year in August. The community garden fees would not go into effect till next year when our plot owners sign up or kind of re-up for another year. And then the rest of the fees, facility rentals, picnic and park rentals, and tennis fees would go up immediately with all new rentals or all new tennis keys. The library fees and fines would be eliminated immediately. And that concludes our presentation. And as I mentioned earlier, we have Catherine Kufa and we have Henry Bankhead, and we have additional information if it is needed.
Thank you, Director. Let's start with questions before we get to comments. Vice Mayor Bushy.
Very specific question. Do you have a date certain in mind for the future when we'll do this process again?
I think that is yet to be determined. The recommendation that we have heard from our community outreach would be that the city proceed and do regular updates on an annual basis as far as making minor adjustments to all of its fees if necessary. But this master fee update is usually done by agencies every 5 years or so.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz.
I don't have any questions. I think it is surprising that it's been 10 years. I think it's really difficult to go back and try to figure out the whys things didn't happen. So I think the recommendation around 5 years reviewing is important as well.
Thank you.
So no questions though.
Yeah, we'll definitely have time for comments after public comment. Councilmember Yorenz Gulati.
Yeah, no questions either. So I'm something I like to add is that I like to hear about the scholarships that they are still offered, which is really great in order to make it accessible for everybody. So I'm very pleased about that. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hill.
Thank you, Mayor. I know you asked for questions, but I'm going to just do a quick comment that I've always appreciated. Director Andrade Wax, your reports and engagement is always deeply informed. I know you've done this for a very long time, and I'm very appreciative of your bringing your experience and intellect to every one of these discussions. I probably should have reserved that for later, but I have no questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Hill. I don't have any questions either, so we will open the public comment. I'll ask the city clerk to help us with that.
Yeah, if you'd like to provide public comment and you're on Zoom, please use the raise hand feature, or if you're commenting by phone, you can press *9. Once you've heard the notification that the host is inviting you to speak, you'll need to press *6 to unmute yourself. Each speaker will have 2 minutes to provide public comment, and then they will be muted as soon as the time has elapsed. As a reminder, we ask that everyone participating tonight, please speak slowly to allow our interpreter to effectively express your comments. And I could request the timer. Do we have a timer? Okay, we are going to revert back to the 2 weeks ago. Okay, on my phone. I'm going to hold up my timer at 10 seconds.
Okay.
In. Thank you.
Hello.
Hi, Maureen. We're ready for you.
Hi there. Okay, so I'm a member of the Terra Linda Community Garden. What I was able to figure out with this is that this increase from the current rate that we are paying to $133 is about an 87% increase. And so I've got several questions and some comments. Why is the burden of the lack of analysis for 10 years of the city being placed on our members? That seems pretty extreme to me. I would like to propose that a $10 increase per year be added until the 133 is reached. It's more affordable to the members, and especially in a difficult year. And I would like more information, Susan, about the scholarships. I know that was mentioned, and I think I saw it somewhere, but I could not find it on the information tonight. The comparison to the other gardens, Pleasanton Gardens, which is in the comparison in the report, also has 4 educational meetings per year. They're similar to us, but they do have other amenities. They have access to bathrooms. We don't. The comparison to the Larkspur Garden. They have a tool shed, the Terra Linda Garden does not. They have on-site composting. They have access to a bathroom. They have orchards. They have pollinator gardens. They have a website. So the main question too, or I'll make the comment about canal. The canal, though smaller, has different infrastructure. It has raised wooden beds and tool sheds, has concrete walkways, better security, a better and higher fence, and better lock system. Terra Linda, we provide the infrastructure. Our gardens are on the ground. We have to raise our own beds. We need to buy the wood. We have added rodent pressure because the gardens are on the ground, which the city has not really dealt with. We don't have a tool shed, and we have minimal meetings for education and no access to restrooms. So I just wanted to highlight those differences and make it more compatible with the increase that you're proposing.
Thank you, Maureen.
And that concludes public comment.
Okay, thank you. I will close public comment and bring it back. So the questions that I had heard, and Director Andrade-Wax, I'm sure you had them as well, was, is it possible to do a phased approach for the increase at the Terra Linda Garden due to the increase being a high percentage, scholarships, and then the comment or more information regarding the amenities around the different garden types, because I'm sure we're not the only city that has different gardens that have different amenities. So if you could speak to those.
Sure, be glad to. And I also have Catherine on the phone or on the call tonight, and she has a lot more information as well. So I think it's important to note that Maureen brought up our scholarship program, and same with Councilmember Lawrence Galati. And that is true. The scholarship program was just reviewed and approved by the Park and Recreation Commission. And prior to that change, the scholarship program, the city scholarship program, could only be used for youth programs. It was not being able to support adults using classes or programs, aquatics, or community gardens, and now it will be. So that is an opportunity that will be available to a lot more residents. And also the funding sources now, we are going to be looking at private donations as well as its current funding source. So hopefully that answers that question. We could raise the fees every, a few dollars every year, but I think it's important to note that they haven't been raised in 10 years. And so incrementally, if we were to raise them slightly each year, we're still going to be behind where they're going to be. It will take us a lot more time to catch up. When we are talking about the cost recovery rate of the garden plot, I don't know if Catherine, you've got that slide available, but I think it's important to take a look at, we have two different slides here. And one is our cost recovery comparison. And it's important to note, and I don't know if she's got the ability to bring it up.
I don't see anything yet.
Doesn't look like it's coming up.
There we go.
There we go. Thank you, Catherine. So our current fees between the Canal Garden and the Terra Linda Community Garden, these direct expenses are how much it costs, not including any staffing. So this is literally basic things like water, the mailing of stuff, the information, just minor, supplies that are associated with keeping the gardens basically maintained. The expenses for the Terra Linda Community Garden, as you can see, are $9,150 a year, and the revenue for that existing program is $4,690. It recovers approximately 51% of its direct costs. The Canal Garden recovers 106% of its direct costs. So the actual Canal Garden is doing really well. The Terra Linda Garden is way behind where it should be. And as we've made minor suggestions of improvement for the Canal Garden because it's really not that far behind. But one of the elements that Maureen brought up is a really good element, which is the Terra Linda Garden is not generating enough revenue to cover its basic direct costs. Any infrastructure improvements that would be needed would really need to be generated through this program. And right now it's not generating enough revenue basically to cover its costs. So our recommendation would be to move forward and to work with those community gardeners that need additional resources to apply for the scholarship program to help bridge that gap.
Thank you, Director. I have a follow-up question with that slide. And I know it was plot size based is another way. There's both scholarship, but is another way to have smaller plots to make it more affordable to people up in Terra Linda.
Absolutely, absolutely. I will tell you, it's a challenge. I've been through it only one other time, and luckily, when the community garden was renovated, they took it out of commission for 2 years and basically resized it and improved it and made the plots more equitable. We could do that, but again, the plot sizes are 9 times the size of the canal garden. Our gardeners are really used to having these plot sizes in Terra Linda, and some of them have even had 2. So I'm not sure how easy it would be to adjust people's expectations to reduce the size of their plots, especially when they're well planted. You know, they've invested in those plots, and basically we were asking them to remove whatever they planted so we can adjust the sizes. It can be done, but it probably would need to be well noticed in the future, in a few years, that we were going to do something like that, so people could be mindful of not planning something that's very expensive or, you know, investing in their plot.
Thank you. And then if you could just expand, one of the other questions about different amenities. I've been to our gardens, but I haven't been to the Larkspur one or the other ones that the caller had mentioned. Could you speak to the variety of community gardens that are out there? I'd be interested in learning more.
I've had a few, and they're all different. Some community gardens that I've personally worked at are in community parks that have park restrooms that are available to them. And I think that's the example in Pleasanton. I do know in Larkspur, it's a fairly new facility, so they do have a tool shed. Each garden is a little different what that city is able to provide and when that garden was started. This started over, Catherine, 25 years ago? I'm trying to remember how long, there's 40.
I think it was in the 70s.
It started quite a while ago, and it started with a joint use agreement with the school district. The grounds itself is school district grounds. The city is basically, you know, using it right now to support the community garden. So any improvement on those gardens in regarding like major infrastructure like restrooms or anything like that would really need to be discussed with the school district. And also there would need to be a revenue source to help pay for those infrastructure improvements.
Thank you. So those were the questions from public comment. I'll turn it back to my colleagues for additional questions or comments. And I'll start with Vice Mayor Bushy.
I'm ready to move into my comments, and I have significant comments. I get really excited about things like this. This study, the process that you went through, the rigorous analysis, the comprehensive look across all the different types of charges, the bringing it together, and specifically articulating objective standards, identifying the policies where there are differences, and applying them and writing it out and taking a comprehensive approach to it. This is the essence of good government. This requires thought and painstaking detail. Lots of spreadsheets went into this, I know, to make this work. And then the process. So you got the good product, then you took took the process to the next level, took it out to the stakeholders, and clearly listened to what they had to say. Because you'd done a good analysis, they didn't have much to say, but it sounded like they had a couple of tweaks, particularly with the non-resident pool users. And that's a whole another issue there, I'm sure. But this is just an exemplary example of a well-run process and substance of bringing services to our community at a fair price, so that is clearly understood by all. So I applaud everyone that was involved in this, particularly all the people grinding out those spreadsheets, because those were the ones that made the difference here. I will be delighted to vote for the proposed fee changes when the time is right. Oh, and we should definitely calendar a review in 5 years. Let's not go another decade.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Hill.
I have nothing to add to what Vice Mayor Bushy said. That was very well articulated. I would just echo exactly what she said. And I'll just say again, I'm grateful that we have Director Andrade Wax in the lead here to make sure that this process was as intentional as possible, which I believe it was. So I've appreciated the attention on this. So I'll be voting yes as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz.
I also echo the thanks on all the work that goes into a study like this to get here. It's really difficult and there's so much packed into it. We keep saying Parks and Rec, but there's so, like, Parks is one department and Rec is another department, and we've had library in there and everything else. So it's really, really comprehensive. I do support this going forward. I do think we need to put a little bit more thought around the Terra Linda Garden piece. If there is something else we can do to support that, whether it's grandfathering people in, if it's changing sizes of plots, or if it's looking at it differently. And I also know that there are many people who've been in there probably from the very beginning. And so we need to just understand and transition those people through the process with the scholarships and others. But I do support it. We need to get those fees aligned, but it's going to be a hard lift for that group to carry those changes. So if there's other ways we could think about that and bring that group together, to think about different ideas. And I know you've already tried to do this and we've talked about it, different ways of thinking, but we go back again and think about it again. So I really appreciate all the work going into this.
Thank you. Councilmember Yerens-Gulati.
Yeah, thank you so much for the presentation. I also want to echo Vice Mayor Bushy and all the comments, because I was, I'm so impressed with the thought and all the analysis going to other cities as well. I have to say, at the beginning when I started looking into this, I was not thrilled about it, because I think we have such great services. And I was like, oh no, we're going to raise the prices. But I think you did a really good job at analyzing everything. For me, learning about the community gardens and the fact that the water is included, I'm like, wow, it's actually a really good deal. So especially considering that we provide the scholarships. So when I'm thinking about Terra Linda and splitting the plots where somebody could actually get more than one, to continue the great work that they have done over there, I think it could be an option. But yeah, I'm thrilled. I cannot wait, like waiving all the fees for the librarians. For the library, not the librarians. I think it's going to be amazing. And yeah, I think it's very well thought. And I just want to congratulate Director Andrade and Assistant Director Catherine and everybody that has been working so hard and really connected with the community to make sure that it was a good fee, So thank you so much.
Excellent comments. And I had the same instinct anytime we think about changing fees, but I agree. You and your team did all the homework. To Vice Mayor Bushy's point, you brought it to us and really made I wouldn't say a good case, because it really wasn't that, but it really showed us how we were completely out of alignment. To me, the subsidizing fact, what we say as a city, we are willing to subsidize. That is part of what we do for Park and Rec. But given that, we also want to do best practices, and we were out of whack for that. And I, again, just go back to the fact that we're looking at the Park and Rec master plan. I think there might be some changes that come from that work. So for me, this is a great step. I wouldn't want to change any of the ones that are currently offered. I did hear the comments around the Terra Linda garden. And the other part of me was, wow, for the last 10 years, they actually paid 90% less or 87% less. So, there's two ways of looking at it. And I do hope the scholarship information can be easily found on the website, because I think that was one of the comments that people can find it. So let's get it. So if you type in community garden scholarship, that'll come up. I know Director McLeod is listening. She's here. So something really straightforward. And I agree with Councilmember Micah, the fact that the library fines have gone away. And I know, because I think I saw this presentation tonight, might have been the fourth time. I've seen it many times. but knowing that that was something really important to the staff. And hats off to Henry Bankhead and his team, because this just didn't happen. This was actually figured out years ago. How can we have that revenue to cover the amount of the lack of fines, right? The small revenue that we'd be bringing in from the fines. And to me, that just shows great foresight, and it shows how much our staff in our library cares about our patrons and cares about our communities. They knew that this is what we need to do to be the type of inclusive community. And they did all the work for the past 2 years, couple of years, so we could have this before us tonight. So big props to the library. And Catherine, thank you for all the number crunching. I think we started doing the aquatics number crunching. I don't know. I think I met with the lap swimmers 3 years ago. And boy, I thought it was one of those things I was like, oh, this will be so easy. And then I didn't realize, because some people are families and couples, I was like, whoa. I mean, to Vice Mayor Bushy's comment, there were a lot of spreadsheets, and you've made it very simple and straightforward. And finally, I'll just finish by saying it really reflects our community values, which is we want our park and our rec and our library to be inclusive places that are accessible to all. And we recognize that in order to do that and to maintain the infrastructure, we need to have the fees that can support it both today and to start building it up for future improvements. So thank you. This was a great presentation, and I am ready to entertain a motion from one of my colleagues.
I'm happy to make a motion for the resolution approving amendments to the city master fee schedule, updating library, recreation, and childcare fees.
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Hill.
Aye.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Aye.
Councilmember Yadens Galati.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye, that motion carries 5-0. Thank you, staff and team. That was a great presentation. We're delighted. Thank you so much.
Mayor Kate, before we move to the next item, I'm going to toggle our interpreters.
Okay.
We're ready. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the next item is a Highway 101 to Interstate 580 connector project. I see Director Bill Guerin is here. I will turn it over to you. And as I understand, this is a report. So the actual.
Yes, and we're looking for your feedback as well.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor Kate and Council. I'm Bill Guerin, the Director of Public Works. I've got all my lights on in my office, but I'm still in shadow, so I have a bad seating arrangement, obviously. But I also have Barry Miller with me, who is consulting on the General Plan 2040 effort and agreed to help us out in developing guiding principles that will be useful for San Rafael in helping to select the alternatives that are going to move forward. Also Ann Richmond, the Executive Director of TAM, is with us, and Dan Cherrier as well. Dan is the Planning Manager and managing the project for TAM. I believe Connie Vermeer is on the line as well somewhere, but I think she's just listening in. I'm going to share my screen and get out of that. And go through a few of a little bit of the background and purpose of what we're trying to do tonight. We're not here to select the alternatives that will move forward. TAM is intending to bring that at a later date to the council for council input. What we are trying to do, though, is discuss some guiding principles that will help carry us to a decision about which alternatives should move forward. I think you all know that the 101-580 connector does have funding. There are a number of different alignments that are possible that run through San Rafael. They also evaluated alignments in Larkspur that seem less feasible, but all of the alignments in San Rafael will have an impact on San Rafael, whether it's from an equity lens, a visual lens, an environmental lens. There's a number of different impacts that San Rafael will have that are both positive and negative. And the guiding principles will help us to address some of those things. The TAM is looking for input from San Rafael on the selected alignments. They're in the very preliminary stages now of determining what's moving forward. We're not even in the environmental analysis stage yet. we're in the stage of analyzing a number of different possibilities that will eventually result in a short list of possible concepts and alignments that will move forward into the environmental analysis. So it's really very early in the process here. We also, and again, want to bring the guiding principles to help inform the process. A little history. This is one of only a few locations in the Bay Area that is not a direct connection from highway to highway. I'm sure you're familiar with every interchange that you go through. You don't go through a city street, through a traffic light, and back onto the freeway again in order to make a direct connection from one highway to the other. And the Bellum corridor is one of very few locations in the Bay Area where that does occur. TAM has been studying this for several years, going back, I think, to 2014. They studied 9 possible alignments through Larkspur and San Rafael. And then TAM has received funds a while back with Measure AA and more recently with Regional Measure 3 for environmental design and construction, totaling $135 million that should eventually be available through RM3, although it's still in the courts. And TAM is going to seek input from San Rafael on the options to be considered for further analysis. And as I said before, they're going to bring it either to the next council meeting or the one following that for you to consider the different options and provide them input on which ones you think are more feasible than others. Just as a refresher, I know I think all of you have seen this before, but for the public as well, the alignments through San Rafael include 2 hillside alignments that traverse above Marin Sanitary and the CMSA facility and eventually connect into 580 quite far towards the bridge. There's also alignments 2, 5, and 6 that fly through different parts of Bellum. One flies over the Marin Square. One flies over more a little bit, kind of tries to traverse the Bellum street itself. And one is now focused on sort of a straight shot through Anderson Drive and Midway to get to 580. So there's a bunch of different things that are being studied here. There's also alignments that more closely align with the existing off-ramp, but fly over the existing off-ramp. And they're being studied. Again, these all have different qualities. And another option that kind of tries to stay within Caltrans right-of-way that traverses sort of, halfway to the central San Rafael exit and then gets back onto 580 again. All of them have the premise that they have to allow a connection in the future going the other direction as well. So that's part of the challenge for TAM moving this project forward. Excuse me. But there's just a bunch of different alignments that are possible. They did also study the Larkspur alternatives. As you can see, one is on the ridge top above what used to be the quarry and some of the facilities there. It would be a huge construction project with gigantic bridges and infill. It would be very visible from all over because it would literally traverse the hilltop. So that is a really challenging idea for them. And then they studied 2 alternatives that align with Sir Francis Drake Boulevard. One, an elevated concept that would basically put an elevated connection all the way through to Highway 580, and a concept that widens Sir Francis Drake Boulevard. Those really aren't considered direct connectors because there's a lot of lights and traffic signals in the San Quentin on-ramp where they take deliveries. There's a bunch of things that happen along Sir Francis Drake Boulevard that make it a very challenging direct connection to 580. This is just briefly a slide. I'm not going to go through all of it, but just to give you an idea, the different alignments range from projects that are affordable within the existing RM3 funding to ones that are significantly more expensive. 4, 6, the 2 hillside schemes are quite expensive as well. And then each of them has a design speed that they're trying to achieve. The least expensive schemes are also the lowest connection speeds, and the hillside schemes, the most expensive, are the sort of, let's say, best connections in terms of going freeway to freeway at speed. That's a challenge for Caltrans. It's a design exception that would have to be discussed with Caltrans, and Tam will be taking those things to Caltrans in the appropriate timing. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and Barry Miller's going to jump in to share his screen. He's going to go through the 8 guiding principles that we have in some detail with each one. And then we'd love to hear feedback from the council and public about the guiding principles. And if you feel like these are the right guiding principles to move us forward to a selection. So I'll stop sharing and bring in Barry.
Great. Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Yes. Terrific. I'm just going to share my screen. And thank you, Bill, for that introduction. And good evening, council members and Mayor Kate. I'll just be walking you through the guiding principles in the next couple of slides. First of all, just for some context, I think Bill laid the groundwork pretty well, but this is not really about which alternative we like. That comes next. This is really about what are the aspirations, concerns, and needs that the city of San Rafael has related to this project. And this information will help TAM as they evaluate their alternatives and as they develop their alternatives. The principles themselves are based on interviews with all members of the city council and with about a half dozen other community stakeholders representing businesses and organizations that cover Southeast San Rafael and various issues. So these are the 8 principles. I do have one slide for each of these, so I'm not going to linger on this slide very long. I just wanted to put them all in one place together. What we're going to do is go through each of these and then close and bring it back to the council for questions and discussion. The first principle is that the project should provide a net benefit to adjacent San Rafael neighborhoods. And we've seen in the past that freeway projects sometimes don't have a net benefit to the communities that they intersect. So this is really about making sure that the project provides benefits for the residents and businesses if the alignment goes through San Rafael. The next sub-benefit here, or sub-heading here, is that we want to maintain direct on and off-ramp access from the freeways to Bellum Boulevard. So alternatives which would close Bellum or access to Bellum really would not be something consistent with this principle. We also want to make sure that the project doesn't further divide the area from the rest of the city. And some of the feedback received during the interviews was that the canal in particular and some of the adjacent neighborhoods feels divided, is physically divided from the rest of the city. It's hard to get downtown. So we want to make sure that this project doesn't create further divisions, physical divisions. We also want to make sure that we're looking at the operations of local streets in Larkspur as well as San Rafael, but the goal here is to reduce congestion, and that's really what's informing the alignment of the project. And finally, that this should be a data-driven process. It should be driven by an analysis of traffic information to provide quality information on both the negative and positive impacts. The second principle is probably the most basic, and that is that the purpose of this project is to reduce travel delays and increase choices for travelers. And the interesting thing here is we're not only talking about motorists on the freeways, we're also talking about travelers on the surface streets that are beneath the freeways that are impacted by the project. So you can see the bulleted statements here, reducing travel delays for motorists transitioning from northbound 101 to eastbound 580 and the Richmond Bridge. That is the principal purpose of the project. Reducing surface street congestion around the interchange through signal changes and design changes to those local streets like Bellum Boulevard and East Francisco, so that it's quicker and easier to get around Southeast San Rafael on surface streets as well. Also looking at bicycle and pedestrian connections that may come out of this project if there are opportunities to improve sidewalks and crosswalks and create bike lanes along Bellum between Kerner and Anderson in particular. And then finally, to create a safe pedestrian and bicycle connection from the canal area to the Smart and Cal Park Hill Path, making it easier to get not just downtown, but to places like Davidson Middle School and other destinations that are difficult to reach right now on foot or bicycle from the canal and adjacent neighborhoods. The third principle relates to economic investment. So we'd like to use this project to generate economic benefits and economic investment in Southeast San Rafael. And some of the important bullet points underneath include considering access and visibility for the businesses that are already in this area and their customers and employees and suppliers. We want to minimize the direct displacement of businesses because some of these projects, some of the alignments that are being looked at would directly displace businesses, and indirect displacement, which could result as a result of changes in access or visibility, locations of driveways and things like that. Construction impacts from this project may be significant, so we want to minimize the construction impacts to businesses in the area. And then finally, an economic benefit would be to reduce the delays and commute times for folks who are using the surface streets in this area to travel to and from work. The fourth principle is to improve the safety of all travelers in the project area. And this is primarily safety, vehicle safety, bicycle safety, and pedestrian safety. So we're wanting to reduce collision hazards that are present in the area today as a result of the freeway design. And we're wanting to maintain or improve emergency vehicle access to Southeast San Rafael in general by improving traffic flow. So if it's congested, it's more difficult for emergency vehicles to get through. We want to make sure that the design of this project makes it easier and more feasible for emergency vehicles to travel through the area and to the area. The fifth principle is aesthetics, and we want to create a project that fits in with its setting and is aesthetically pleasing. I think one of the folks I interviewed said they'd like it to feel like the project's always been there. So just that it blends with the local context. We want to reduce the feeling of height and bulk that may result if there's any viaducts or large ramps or structures constructed as part of the project. We also want to leverage the project to create gateway improvements, again, on the surface streets that are below the freeway structure where traffic enters San Rafael. There are some opportunities to make Bellum Boulevard in particular a more attractive street and a more attractive gateway into San Rafael and Southeast San Rafael in particular. We also want to consider the positive and negative social equity impacts in project design so that if we're looking at bike and ped improvements or viaducts and other infrastructure, thinking about who is positively and negatively affected by those improvements. And are the improvements consistent with the city's equity principles? And then lastly, we want to avoid alternatives that would leave large grading scars and result in really massive grading and large scale tree removal. That segues into the sixth principle, which is to minimize impacts of the project on open space and natural resources. Some of the alignments would impact open space, and this is really an opportunity to improve recreational access to open space where possible, given the existing agreements between the city and the owners of the properties on San Quentin Ridge, to also look at the impacts of the project on natural resources. There is a full environmental impact analysis that's going to be done as part of the alternatives assessment, but this is an important criteria, which is to minimize impacts on the environment, and then the secondary impacts such as air quality and noise to the adjacent neighborhoods and businesses. The seventh principle is that we're designing for the future and not the past. So we want to consider the long-term impacts of COVID on travel demand and make sure that we're not making our decisions based on 2017 commute patterns or 2018 traffic volume data. We want to look at what are the long-term impacts of the pandemic on the way we travel, the way we commute, the way we use transit, and so on. We also want to be thinking about changes in vehicle mix and technology. This project will have a long-term lifespan, and we want to consider, what about autonomous vehicles? How will that affect design? As Bill mentioned, we want to maintain the flexibility to provide a future direct ramp going the other direction from westbound 580 to southbound 101, which also doesn't exist today as a direct connection. This is an area that's vulnerable to sea level rise. So when we talk about future focus, we want to think about adaptation planning and how the design of this improvement jives with the other adaptation steps that need to happen in Southeast San Rafael to prepare for future sea level rise. And then lastly, we'd like to look at alternatives that don't preclude future circulation improvements that improve ingress and egress to the neighborhoods of Southeast San Rafael. The last principle deals with efficiency. And oops, that sentence that says minimize impacts on open space should say something else. It's related to the efficiency of the project and its completion in a timely manner. And there are a number of bullets that go with that, and that is including an inclusive planning process where we are engaging all of our businesses and residents that may be impacted, including non-English speaking residents and businesses, that we're balancing the costs of each alternative against the improvements that it provides to travel time and volumes, so that we're not spending unnecessarily on improvements that may have only marginal or incremental increases in travel time. Efficiency also means minimizing the need to acquire additional right-of-way, looking at factors other than speed when we're thinking about what benefits the project provides, and that includes allowing or encouraging Caltrans to allow design exceptions if the result is a more efficient and cost-effective project. And then lastly, coordinating with other efforts, transportation planning efforts that improve access throughout Southeast San Rafael, in particular, access to the Richmond-San Rafael Bridge and improvements to the bridge, and then other changes that may affect conditions on the 580 and 101 corridors. So those are the 8 principles that we've developed based on the feedback from the stakeholders. And I will end my screen share at this point and turn it back to Mayor Kate for comments and questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry, and thank you, Director Guerin, and Anne for being here, and Dan as well. And just to reiterate, we'll do questions now, have public comment, and then have comments from the council. And we're not selecting alternatives. I know you were framing that, Director Guerin, but the whole reason we're having guiding principles, it is our way, the city's way, to be able to communicate to stakeholders what is important to the city as we go through the process. And it's really to get all of the council on the same page. So that's we'll ask questions now, but that will be the good part of the discussion, to have that really reflect what is important to us, what we value. And so as alternatives in the future are being looked at, this document will be part of that. So I just wanted to underscore that. So I will start with Vice Mayor Bushy. Do you have questions for any of the folks on the screen?
A sort of a vague one. In looking at the guiding principles, I can kind of separate them into 2 major headings. One is the benefits to San Rafael and benefits to sort of freeway travelers. And I'm wondering if we shouldn't be sort of prioritizing under the benefits to San Rafael. So, because some of them are more important than others. Some are complete deal killers, and others are well, not really nice to haves, but have a lower priority. Was any thought given to prioritizing those the different factors in the benefits to San Rafael?
I can give a first response to that, and maybe Bill wants to add. No, the short answer is no, we weren't prioritizing. I think if it appeared on the principles list, it was a priority. And what we tried to do is group what the kind of the common threads and themes that came up through the interviews. But we weren't going the next step and saying this one is much more important than this one. That step could happen. That's something we could do in refining these, but we haven't done that at this point.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I just reiterate what Barry said, Vice Mayor. We think all these are priorities for us. We do think they are. They represent both benefits and cautionary comments to TAM of the things that San Rafael is looking for, both positive and negative. But we think they're all important, and that's why we presented them this way.
Thank you, Councilmember Kurtz.
Thank you. My question sort of along the line as Vice Mayor Bushy's is are they, is there thought that maybe we would consider these as evaluation criteria and do a ranking percentage? Right now, I'm a little bit concerned there's so many guiding principles and thoughts. That's a little bit of have your cake and eat it too. I'm not sure we can do all, I'd love it. But I'm not sure we can meet all of these. But I think the point of it being guiding is important. But I think that, the conversation might have to be around, would we consider doing a ranking of these guiding principles to see which ones have a higher weight than others in terms of helping us evaluate different options?
Well, it wasn't lost on me that you commented and complimented Susan Andrade-Wax on the greatness of her spreadsheets. So we certainly could do that. I think we could also use the 8 guiding principles broadly as a way to rank and help prioritize. But I think there is going to be some sort of ranking that's going to be necessary because there are a number of alternatives. And I know that Tam is trying to get it down to the sort of top 3 or 4, I think. And I don't know if you want to get it down even lower than that, but certainly there are some of the alignments that seem, just on their face better than others. And I think these guiding principles are going to help us get to the ones that I think are the ones that Santa Fe thinks are the most important. And I believe there would have to be some sort of ranking process. We haven't really puzzled through that exactly, but we will be doing that as we approach the presentation that Tam's going to make and their request for feedback from the council.
Thank you. And I also, one more piece on that is that, the guiding principles for me seem very, very reasonable and really resonate from the conversations that we had. But I don't know if they are reasonable from Tam's perspective. Did we throw in something that is just really should not be in consideration in terms of the evaluation? And so that would be a question.
Yeah, and let me add to that question, maybe reframe it for Director Richmond is, are these guiding principles, are they helpful to the process and the conversation that is going through, right? Because this is something that SRFA is doing because we believe it to be important. And I think it really goes on what Councilmember Kurtz's comments are, ranking or not ranking, but we would love your feedback because obviously this is a document that is well intended for TAM as well as the TAM board to utilize.
Sure. Is this my opportunity to respond?
Yeah. Well, I think, because, we're puzzling through and I will ask questions. I have my other colleagues, they might have additional questions, but because it's come up naturally, if you could right now, that would be helpful.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. I'm Ann Richmond, the Executive Director of the Transportation Authority of Marin. And thank you for including myself and Dan Cherrier, the project manager, in the meeting tonight. I think, the extent to which the city wants to use the guiding principles is really up to you. What TAM is looking for is feedback eventually, not tonight, but eventually on the alternatives. And I would also like to just clarify that we are not expecting the city to pick their top alternative or to come up with a preferred alternative at this juncture. That's something that TAM will be doing through the EIR process. So really what we would be looking for from the city is feedback on which alternatives to not move forward with, to not include in the environmental document. So if the guiding principles help the council and the mayor get to that point, then that seems like a great way to include all these different sort of values and principles in your assessment.
Thank you. And as I understand it, we're doing this step of the guiding principles, and Director Guerin referred to this at our next meeting or the next couple meetings, or sometime in the near future, we'll have a specific discussion regarding the alternatives that you just mentioned. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll keep going with questions. I'm trying to think where Councilmember Yorenz Gulati.
Yeah, hi. Thank you very much for being here tonight. And, I appreciate the principles. And I appreciate the time also, Director Richmond and Project Manager Cherrier, that they have dedicated with me as well. I go back to my first question, and this is like a little research that I've done with the stakeholders from Southeast San Rafael, East San Rafael businesses, residents, in Canal, Spinnaker Point, Bay Point, Bret Harte. And it goes to the initial question of what is the data? Why are all the options that you are showing in San Rafael? And I understand that you have taken a look at the ones in Larkspur, and they didn't work. I haven't really seen the analysis of that. And I know when we talk, project manager Sherrier, the only data that I have is that 75% of the cars right now are going through Greenbrae, and 25% of the cars are going through San Rafael. So that's the question that is there, and I know that we had these conversations before, and I still don't have the answer to that, and I would love to see that. Again, I'm really appreciating that flexibility. And the second one is, I think like the principle, the eighth principle, where we are right now after COVID, the future of transportation, what other projects, what other things we can do along Sir Francis Drake around San Rafael to improve traffic. And this is something that I work in Muir Beach, and every day I go through 101 into Bellam. It is my commute every day, and I just see it every day, bumper to bumper, from Mill Valley to Greenbrae. And once we pass Greenbrae, we go to San Rafael, like fluid until we get into the exits. But how this project could actually really increase the traffic that will go into San Rafael. So anyway, going back to my initial question about the data, why are we considering all the options that we see right now are in San Rafael and not in Larkspur? And I guess my request was like, when we go into the EIR, it might be too late if all the options that we are looking at are in San Rafael. So that's my question, taking a step back and really understanding why we're only looking in San Rafael right now.
Thank you. And if and I don't have the principles up in front of me right now, but if I recall, one of them does say to look at the data and figuring out the extent of that, so that it already is captured in the guiding principle. And I don't want to get distracted right now on a discussion as to the data and what it should contain, because we're focusing on the guiding principles and what is it that we will need to do to move forward in the alternatives. So Councilmember Micah, I think it was already expressed in the principle. Did you feel it expressed what it says in there is what?
Yeah, I would probably replace Larkspur with Sir Francis Drake, because I think you go through other cities as well, like Greenbrae and it's Larkspur Landing. So maybe replace Larkspur for Sir Francis Drake, if that makes more sense. I don't know. And I do have a couple of other comments around two other principles. One of them was in the second principle around mobility. I would love to add to analyze the public transportation routes that leave right now the canal. So maybe they can go directly into some places without going through central San Rafael, as a way to maybe, alleviate congestion. If somebody is going up north, to Terra Linda or, to the south, being able to do it directly, from the canal without going through central. And the other one was around the fourth principle around safety, also to add design for pedestrian safety, not just traffic safety. When we are thinking about, adding more elevated areas, that it might actually have like bigger places that you actually have to walk with your kids, where there might be some areas that maybe they don't look that great, maybe the lighting, and it might not be safe, right. Especially, with the Caltrans conditions where we don't have a lot to say as a city. So those are the two comments that I had around the principles.
Yeah, well, you will also get to give more comments when we get to the comment portion. I will say that the Marin Transit, that's a different discussion, which we can definitely, you and I and Director Whelan can have that, as I am the president of Marin Transit, and that's really outside of TAM and this purview of the project, but an excellent point that we should be talking about. So let me see, Councilmember Hill. I was just looking at my own questions, but yep.
Yes. Thank you. Actually, almost all my questions were answered in the course of the questions being asked at this point. I did have a question. I think it's been somewhat articulated, but I want to get a little closer to understanding in the EIR process. I know that within the guiding principles, there is reference to air quality, among other environmental impacts. And I just for the sake of clarification, would the EIR, what kind of modeling would be used, or reference point would be used, maybe just on air quality specifically, to assess impact to surrounding community members with respect to the different alternatives. Is that something that is just based on, I don't know, I guess just be curious what that air quality impact assessment is based upon.
I'm hoping that someone from TAM can address that question, because they're conducting the study eventually.
The air quality studies we've done so far have been just based on expected increases or decreases in traffic, using a basic algorithm of how much air quality there is based on complete traffic flow. We'll do a complete analysis once we enter the environmental stage. Nothing to that level has been accomplished yet.
I think the reason why I think there's two assumptions that I make when I do the comparison of today versus what it could be. At least in my mind, maybe it would be great to help validate my assumptions, which is that when we don't have a direct connector, the amount of idle time at traffic light is creating a lot of impact. And I'm arriving at potentially at a conclusion. I'd love it affirmed that the direct connect would have the potential, if we can get throughput of traffic, that we would actually have a lower impact potentially. A, and then B, I think that given where we are with seeing how other projects have impact on communities based on microclimate and where wind patterns go, that there are going to be some community members that are going to be more impacted than others. And I guess to whatever is possible, if there's any way to influence how the ultimate environmental assessment would be done, such that we could actually get some accurate, maybe a more accurate understanding of where those impacts would be felt, especially with respect to air quality. So I don't know if maybe that's not so much a question, but maybe see what can be articulated in terms of the level of detail that can be afforded.
We have done one high-level analysis so far, and that is that if we do nothing, the traffic will increase. The backup at Bellum will be more than twice what it is right now. So that's kind of a given. The afternoon backup to exit at Bellum from both 101 North and I-580 East will double the current wait time right now to go from Tamalpais to get on the bridge. If you take Bellum, is 14 and a half minutes. That'll increase to 28 minutes in the next, 20 years. So we have done that level of analysis. So definitely separating the traffic going to the Richmond San Rafael Bridge from the local traffic would help out all of the users.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just so I'm more specific, I'd be curious if there's any way that we can characterize those impacts between the alternatives when it does come time for on the comparison. What it would look like as far as a profile of impact to community members with the different configurations. I think that would be a request. Thank you.
Thank you. I just had one question, and thank you. I agree with I appreciate the questions that my colleagues are answering, because this is the document we're trying to have as a helpful tool going forward as we get into closer to choosing and looking at the alternatives. And I did have a question, I think it was on the open space one, and I didn't understand how a freeway project is a nexus for recreational access. That seems like, to me, a huge leap. And yeah, I understand what the words mean, but I guess I don't understand what that would even look like. I can't think of a freeway project that enhances recreational access. Maybe it's a lack of imagination, but by the same token, I want to have expansive principles, but I want them to be realistic. So if I don't know if it's Barry or someone, I'm sure this was based on some stakeholder input, but this doesn't seem realistic, doesn't seem to make sense to me.
I would respond that the open space itself may have recreational access, and so it's really about not taking away the opportunity for recreational access in an area as a result of the project. In other words, if there's an opportunity for a trail that will be precluded because of the project.
We know the area. It's not some. We know the area we're talking about. We know
right.
what is there. It's so, and that land I think it's owned I think it's both county and city and maybe Larkspur. Like I don't know. It doesn't, to me, it doesn't make sense. I think.
I think Barry's comment is very appropriate. I would just throw out an example. Okay. Many highways have vista points, for instance, where you can actually get out and walk down a trail or something like that. That's not suggesting that's going to happen here, but that's an example of how you can enhance public access to open space with a freeway, generally speaking. So there's probably not a lot of opportunities, especially. The only opportunities that really are touching the open space are the hillside schemes. But if in fact there is an opportunity to enhance open space, we are hopeful to at least not preclude that through these guiding principles.
Okay. It seems like a stretch, but that's fine. I appreciate that, but what I want the guiding principles to be thoughtful enough so that when they go out, I mean, it's all of us on the screen and people listening, but it's going to go out to the TAM commissioners and they're going to be looking at it, that they look and they'd be like, wow, San Rafael really thought about what's important. And it's not a ranking necessarily, but we actually have in the document, the ones that are like, wow, this is super important. And I look at that compared to some of the others. And to me, there are different ends of what would be important in this project. But
Mayor, obviously, thank you for the comment, because that's exactly what we're looking for. The guiding principles, may have missed some or a lot of things, and that feedback's very important for us to craft the final documents.
Yeah, you're welcome. And from the comments from everyone, and we will have more comments from the council, and I will turn to the public in a moment. But to remind everyone, the TAM board is 16 people, Director Richmond, I'm trying to think. So this is a document that is going to be utilized by people not on the screen, not here in this moment. So it needs to stand alone and be tight enough. So I'm really wanting the council to think about that as we work through this process. Okay, so I'm gonna, let's go ahead and open this up to public comment. I see the city clerk. Thank you for that.
Thank you. And first I'll swap interpreters.
Okay.
Okay. And if I could request our timer.
MZ, you'll need to enable my video, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We're ready for you, Linda.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and council members. This is Linda Jackson. I've been honored to be a member of TAM's Stakeholder Committee as a representative for Sustainable San Rafael. And we thank TAM staff for their work to inform the community early on about this project of theirs. Sustainable San Rafael believes that the principles are an excellent start for the council. We have 3 specific requests. The first one is about principle number 2, which the original one was about reducing delays and increasing choices. There is currently a dangerous backup for southbound 101 commuters going home to East San Rafael. This delay has not been recognized yet as part of this project, which focuses solely on relocating East Bay commuters on North Bay 101 who are currently using the Sir Francis Drake connection. So we agree with Councilmember Jordan Galati that there should be improvements to Sir Francis Drake to help those East Bay commuters have a shorter commute without the impact of relocating them all to San Rafael. Also, TAM plans to eventually close through Francis Drake to through traffic, which would be a decrease in commute options for commuters from the East Bay, and something we don't support. So for Principle 2, we'd like to see that reducing delays also applies to the southbound 101 commuters to East San Rafael, and that increasing options means improving Sir Francis Drake and not removing that current connection for commuters. Our second point is about principle number 5, project fitting in, and principle number 6 about the environment. Sustainable San Rafael believes that this is the heart of the matter. If the new connection is a freeway cut and paved through San Rafael's protected open space on the hillside, or built as an
I'm sorry, Linda, that 2 minutes was up. Maybe you have a Sustainable San Rafael colleague who could finish your last point, but I think you were talking about the environmental impact of the proposed project. So thank you for calling in.
Good evening, Mayor Kate and council members, and also Ann and Dan. This is Jeff Rhodes, and I'm with Resilient Shore. I would like to beg your indulgence for a little additional time. 2 minutes is pretty tough to fit comments into. I want to first express some concerns. It seems that engagement of key stakeholders has been inadequate. The roughly 14,000 people who live in the Canal, Spinnaker, Bay Point Lagoons, and other neighborhoods have not been represented in the stakeholder working group. And many stakeholders feel the engagement process has been about checking boxes rather than listening to and addressing stakeholder needs. Another concern is that critical Southeast San Rafael access and egress concerns and the Bellum hot mess really are not being addressed. And what really needs to be done at this point is to look at a more holistic approach to the design of this project. Look at it as a corridor rather than simply a connector ramp. And I would suggest that the project scope should be increased to address the corridor from the Richmond-San Rafael Bridge to Sir Francis Drake. And let's make the best use of the available resources that we have, including the fact that we have this very, very lengthy process and all the stakeholders present. I think also that exceptions to the Caltrans FHWA design criteria will be required to arrive at a contextually appropriate design. And I would hope that you would give our proposal corridor concept, including a new Southeast San Rafael interchange, fair consideration by providing a proof of concept and assessment of function and safety. This will improve access and
Thank you, Jeff. And I know that you had hoped for more than 2 minutes. That is what we offer everybody. But having said that, do send us an email. Everything is part of the public record. Tonight we are accepting a report and we're giving input, but there aren't any hard and fast decisions being made. So there's still plenty of time to give input on this document.
And that does conclude public comment for this item.
Okay, thank you. I will close public comment and bring it back to the council. And Director Schmin, you might have heard the questions that I wrote down in my shorthand was a question around southbound 101 Bellum. So, and that's related to the other part, which is project scope. So if you could speak to that. And then there was a comment that Sir Francis Drake was to be closed and what would be the impact. And so those are the two I have. And if I missed any, Director Guerin or anyone else or Barry, let me know. But if we could start with those.
Sure, I would like to respond to those. So, I mean, the nature of this project is by definition to look at a connector from northbound 101 to eastbound 580. We obviously would consider impacts on southbound 101 commuters, should the project have impacts related to the southbound 101 folks coming from, say, North San Rafael onto the Richmond Bridge. But there is a connector that already exists in that location. So it's not the current project's sort of scope to necessarily improve or make adjustments to that existing connector. In terms of the kind of scope expansion to look at the whole corridor, I mean, Mr. Rhodes, I think, has some specific features in mind. We've spoken with him on more than one occasion, and our project is just not scoped to accommodate those features involving, you know, one or more new interchanges. I will say that the project will be done in close coordination with other projects that the city may be considering, other planning efforts in East San Rafael, other projects along the 101 and 580 corridors. So we will certainly try to design a project that accounts for future efforts that may be planned at this time, but the scope of this project is not sort of expansive enough to account for additional sort of access or interchange points along the 580 corridor. In terms of Sir Francis Drake, this project does not propose to close Sir Francis Drake Boulevard. Some of the alternatives do impact the on-ramp of Sir Francis Drake and 580 and would require potentially reconstructing that on-ramp or making some changes to it, but none of the alternatives propose closing Sir Francis Drake Boulevard.
Thank you, Director Richmond. Talk about the correlation between the funding source of Regional Measure 3 and the project scope, because I think there's something that's part of why the scope is as it is.
Sure. And actually the project is specifically identified in two places, two voter approved measures. So one is the Regional Measure 3 measure that is a bridge toll funded measure administered by the Metropolitan Transportation Commission. And the other is the local Marin County sales tax for transportation, half-cent sales tax, Measure AA, that the voters approved in 2018. And in particular, in the Marin County measure, the project is pretty specifically described as the northbound 101 to eastbound 580 connector. And it does identify San Rafael as the potential location for the connector. The Regional Measure 3 legislation does not itself kind of specify where a connector would be, but the cost, the amount of money that is identified in Regional Measure 3 for this project was based on the alternatives that Director Guerin showed as kind of the 3A, 3B alternatives. So those alternatives that are very close to the existing Bell and Boulevard off-ramp complex. So that's just a little context of the funding sources.
No, I appreciate that, because we did get public comment about scope, and it's not just a decision that you made. There's a broader context here. So thank you for sharing that. So I will bring it back to the council for additional comments. I know that we've all been taking notes. I know Barry's been taking many notes, but still feel free to either reiterate or add to what you've already said, being that we are providing input for this report. So I will start with the Vice Mayor.
I think our guiding principles are a good start. It's such a complicated problem, but when you back out and start thinking about it, I like the way that Sustainable San Rafael described it as East Bay commuters, getting East Bay commuters to the bridge as quickly as possible. When you think about it from that perspective, and then look through the lens of San Rafael at it, where you just look at the impacts on San Rafael, but the overarching purpose of this is to get East Bay commuters to the bridge. And if that's the purpose and Sir Francis Drake is going to stay open, then it seems like there's a broader range of options that could be thought about here. So I think our guiding principles give TAM a lot to think about in laying out the multiple steps that we would like to see. Begin with plans that talk about the future, not the past. How does this look now? I would be interested to know the study that says that the Bell and backup is going to double in 20 years. what is that based on? Is that based on current traffic patterns or something from the past? And how do we holistically analyze this and come up with a plan that achieves the overall objective of getting the commuters to the bridge with certainly no detriment, but ideally benefits to San Rafael, particularly if we're going to be asked to basically take in all these commuters that are trying to get to the bridge. There needs to be something in this for San Rafael to take on that level of traffic in our midst. So lots of vague comments, but I think our guiding principles are a good start to assist TAM in evaluating San Rafael's perspective on this.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz.
I'll second those comments from Vice Mayor Bushy. I think we do need to have guiding principles. I think if there's a way to narrow it down even to be really, really clear on what we want to do, I think it'll be important for TAM to have that and for us. So, but I appreciate all the work that's gone into this. It's not easy for sure. And I avoid that whole intersection as much as possible and try to go around it any other, to try to work through it different ways. So it is a scary situation.
Thank you. Councilmember Hill.
Thank you, Mayor Kate. I've appreciated this opportunity to hear the consolidation of the guiding principles. I was able to participate in that. And thank you, Barry Miller, for facilitating this and trying to do what you do so well, which is to capture many times, I would say, opposite opinions and really trying to find a way to align them in a way and express them that I think is able to capture. I do want to iterate the things that have already been said, which is I do think it is important for us to consider which ones we consider more on a spectrum of mandatory to maybe not as mandatory. I think that's going to be really critical to make sure that it's reflecting what is important for San Rafael. I know that there are other stakeholders involved in this process. I'm also extremely interested in the interpretation of these guiding principles. Are they expressed in ways that are measurable? Are they expressed in ways that are a binary of a yes or a no? And how they're applied to each of the alternatives. I'm keenly interested in that. So I think the interpretation as we go forward with this process is going to be important to me. But I appreciate everyone being here from TAM, Barry Miller, Director Guerin, for working through this process with us. I know that it is protracted appropriately. So thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you. Councilmember Micah.
Yeah, I guess it's just reiterate, my previous comments and just thinking, I think the principles are done very well. I appreciate Barry for putting all together. I think the principles are also very specific for the 580-101 connector in San Rafael, which I still have the same question that why are we looking in San Rafael? And even when I think about the alternative for Bellam, I don't know how you're going to differentiate the traffic that is going into Bellam and the canal and in San Rafael versus the one that is going to go into 580 directly. So that's another question I have. And it's, and I know if you don't have to get out in Bellam or Central San Rafael, you just continue and it's great because the traffic really moves, but there are people that they don't have those choices. And it's very hard for me to believe without having the data that this is actually going to improve in general, because I think it's just going to move all the traffic from one place to another one. And if there's already like a backup in South 101 into 580, I don't see how that backup is not going to continue happening, even if you put a connector in there. So anyway, I go back to my first question, which is like, why are we looking in San Rafael? Show me the data, show me the numbers. And I would love to understand that. And not because of politics, but more because of the data. And if it has to come to San Rafael, really understand that that's what it is. And then, we'll make the best out of it. But I'm still with that question. I think there are like also a lot of different alternatives that you could create, like on Sir Francis Drake, even like creating like in the Golden Gate Bridge, having like a moving lane. I don't know. I'm not an expert, so I rely on the experts to come up with great ideas. But yeah, I go back to that question around, the data. So thank you.
Thank you. And I just wanted to underscore too, something that the comments from both Councilmember Hill and Councilmember Micah made prior to public comment. And I think adding, we do talk about Larkspur, but to specifically call out Sir Francis Drake, I think that was something that Councilmember Micah had mentioned. I think that makes sense because it is part of the system. And then doubling down, which I also agree with, the environmental impact on the specific areas. I don't know how we can get at that, but the air quality, what Councilmember Hill had been talking about, that broader environmental impact, I think is key. As I step back from this, what we're running up against is, highway systems are just that. They are a system in and of itself. And then our local traffic is another system. And so and it just happens that San Rafael, because we are the center of the world, but right here is where those two systems are butting up to each other. And that's what we're wrestling with right now. And so I think that's what the comments that you were hearing from us. And the more that we can understand how those two systems will interact with any proposed alternative is what we're trying to get at. I was hoping that City Manager Schutz can come on and help out, because I also think I like the guiding principles. I think there are a lot of them. I think there's a lot there. And again, as a TAM commissioner, and having been a part of TAM and wrestled with these ideas with other projects, with other communities, obviously not a freeway interchange, my concern is that they're so broad that they might be harder to utilize. So I'd love to just spend a little bit of time figuring out how would we do a prioritization, or how could we have them be the most effective possible. What I'd hate to have is we send out this document that we think is really great and no one knows how to interact with it. So I would ask City Manager Schutz to kind of help us see what that could look like. And that was reiterated by, I think, most of the council about some sort of prioritization.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm happy to share my thoughts on that. And then I'll ask Barry or Bill if they want to add anything. It's a really interesting conversation. As I've been listening to this, I've been trying to think, if I try to categorize them as to high, medium, and low priority, how would I do that? What would I put in low priority, between environmental impacts or safety or circulation, everything's a high priority. So that didn't seem to quite work well. I thought about maybe highlighting kind of the ones that maybe are mandatory or kind of a top 10. But I think the best idea I've come up with, and totally open to any others, is kind of doing what we did with the guiding principles that we did for the Permanent Transit Center, where we had a little bit more of an executive summary and said, these are the main things that are important to us. And then we followed with a lot more detail. So maybe something like that would be useful. I think we're going to be using this criteria as we're looking at the different alternatives. And I'm not sure we want to drop off things necessarily, but maybe it's more of a detailed, not an appendix, but kind of the background details. And there's something that's briefer and more to the point and focusing more on what we might call mandatory upfront. So that's something that I think would be easy for us to do based on your comments tonight, if that works, or if, again, open to other ideas if anyone has better ideas.
Thank you. Barry? What are you thinking hearing this? Because I know this isn't your first rodeo.
I will just weigh in and say, there really are two tiers to these principles. There are the primary statements numbered 1 through 8, and then there are all these bullet statements underneath. And I think part of the reason that this is a little bit overwhelming and so big is that we've included all those bullet statements. And really a simpler and much more kind of streamlined way of looking at this is just, what are those 8 statements? And it's safety, and it's environment, and it's mobility, and it's kind of getting back to the basics. And, it's maybe easier to process this if you're just thinking of it as these 8 major priorities that are, each of which can be either quantified or qualitatively evaluated. And we've got, these bullets are really just ideas for how you can measure or, look at these things qualitatively. And that's really the way they were intended. They weren't necessarily intended to be, each one is a principle and we want to, each one is equal or each one has the same weight. So I think it's kind of going back up to the higher level 8 statements in some respects, might make it easier.
No, I think that's important. So whatever document we end up producing, I think needs to reflect that, because I'll speak for myself. I got way caught in the weeds and I totally lost the picture of, those 8 principles. And we really want them to be effective. Any other comments from my colleagues on this or thoughts about this? Because I wasn't the only one that was concerned about the weighting or the prioritization of this. Yeah.
Well, in addition to the weighting, there's sort of the perspectives, because some of these things are San Rafael perspective and others are project overall perspective. And it seems to me that our voice should come through most loudly on the San Rafael perspective, on things, the impacts on San Rafael. Like saying that the overall design has to be safe. Well, yeah, that's kind of stating the obvious. But our guiding principles are for San Rafael that there be benefits to San Rafael from this from this proposed change. So I don't know if that changes things a lot, but it helps. It's a way of looking at it. Rather than trying to design the whole thing, just look at this is what's most important to San Rafael. And maybe we bring that theme out more clearly in the principles.
All right. No, excellent input. Obviously, but hopefully any project being designed would have things like safety. I hear what you're saying, that it could be a freeway interchange anywhere in California, and some of the items, it would apply there no matter what. And what you're saying is, what are the ones that apply to here in San Rafael that you wouldn't just apply to anywhere, any freeway project? Okay, that is super helpful. Additional comments from the other council members? Okay. Director Guerin, Barry, is there any other input or clarifications we could provide?
I think that last clarification from Vice Mayor Bushy was very helpful. And I think it is something that we can sort of feature in I think Barry's comment of using the 8 principles as our guide, and then calling the sort of San Rafael centric comments underneath as the sort of definitional piece of that might be a very good way of looking at this. Okay.
Great. Well, thank you all. Thank you, Director Richmond. Thank you, Project Manager Cherrier, for being here. It was important. We definitely needed your input and your insight in the context of this. So thank you both. And Barry for leading us through this process, and Director Guerin and Jim Schutz. So thank you so much. I think, do we need to have we do. I would like to have a motion on this agenda item.
I'll move to accept the report. Lindsay, can I state it that way or have to read the full?
If you could read the full, that would be great. Thank you.
Sure. I'll make a motion to accept the presentation of potential guiding principles representing San Rafael's interests in the Transportation Authority of Marin's study of alternative alignments for the 101 to 580 connector project.
Thank you. There's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Hill.
Aye.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Aye.
Councilmember Yadand Gladi.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye, that motion carries 5-0. And again, to remind the public that this is an ongoing conversation. So we encourage people to continue to email the city clerk with any additional information as well. And we'll be sure to pass it along to the appropriate people to incorporate in our conversation. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Kate. And if I may just thank our 2 interpreters for their interpretation of this meeting this evening from English to Spanish, and they will be released for the evening.
Thank you, Pablo. Thank you, Alejandro. We really appreciate you spending the evening with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Okay, so their night is finished, but not ours. We still have some good stuff coming up. So the next agenda item is a new Memorandum of Understanding with Rafael Firefighters Association. And I see Human Resource Operation Manager Sylvia Gonzalez here.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Sylvia Gonzalez-Shelton, HR Operations Manager. Tonight, I've got quite a few items to present to you. The first item is the second reading of the San Rafael Firefighters Association Successor MOU, which was presented for public comment on June 21st. So to recap, the agreement is for a 3-year term and includes the value of a 3.5% base wage increase for the bargaining group in year 1, and the value of a 4% base wage increase for the bargaining group in years 2 and 3. There were no public comments at the last meeting, and staff recommends that you approve the Successor MOU for the San Rafael Firefighters Association.
Thank you so much. Again, this is a second reading, so the council has had questions before or comments, but I will offer the opportunity for additional questions. Vice Mayor Bushy? Okay, Councilmember Kurtz? Councilmember Hill? Okay, and Councilmember Urens-Gulati? Okay, so no additional questions. I will open it up. I don't have any myself. I will open it up to the public.
If there's anyone from the public who would like to provide public comments, please raise your hand or press *9, or raise your hand. We have no callers. No public comment.
Okay, no public comment. I will close it, bring it back to the council for a motion unless there's additional comments or questions.
Happy to make a motion.
I think you're going to have to read it.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I'd like to make a motion, a resolution approving a memorandum of understanding pertaining to compensation and working conditions for the San Rafael Firefighters Association, SRFA, July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2024.
Motion, second.
Second.
Great. Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Hill.
Aye.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Aye.
Councilmember Urens-Gulati.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye, that motion carries 5-0. And again, big thank you to SRFA as well as the negotiating team to bringing us to this moment. So thank you. Then I'll just keep passing it on to you, Sylvia.
So the next two items, 8C and D, I'm going to present together as the terms are very similar. So I'm going to summarize both and then council can take separate action on each of these. So these agenda items are for discussion and consideration of successor MOUs for AFSCME Local 1 and the Western Council of Engineers, referred to as WCE. AFSCME Local 1 represents 8 positions in departments across the city, and WCE represents 11 positions in Public Works and the Sanitation Division. The current MOUs for these groups will expire on June 30th, 2021 after a 1-year extension. The city has been involved in negotiations with representatives of each of these bargaining groups since April, and tentative agreements have been ratified by the membership of each group. In short, the major elements in the successor MOUs for both AFSCME Local 1 and WCE include a 3-year term from July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2024, the value of a 3.5% base wage increase for the bargaining group in each year of the contract, and that's for each of the groups. Salary increase percentages for individual classifications may be lower or higher than this percentage based on where classifications fall in comparison to the labor market. Also, a one-time non-pensionable payment of $2,250 per employee in exchange for removing the revenue sharing provision from the MOU. So the compounded cost for the MOU with AFSCME Local 1 is approximately $300,000 for the 3-year term, plus $18,000 in one-time payments that are non-pensionable. The compounded cost for the MOU with WCE is approximately $488,000 for the 3-year term, plus $24,750 in one-time payments that are also non-pensionable. The staff report also includes restoration of a 3% base wage increase that employees in AFSCME Local 1 and WCE did not receive in fiscal year 2021 due to the timing of their contract extension negotiations coinciding with the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. Associated financial losses, which were projected at that time, resulted in an unintended disparate treatment of these groups in comparison to others who completed contract extensions just before the pandemic. This 3% base wage increase will apply to all positions in AFSCME Local 1 and WCE and is not retroactive. In addition, a draft template side letter is attached to each staff report, which outlines terms mutually agreed upon by the city and the bargaining groups regarding repayment of the furlough reduction, which was implemented in fiscal year 2021. In anticipation of dire financial circumstances as a result of the global COVID-19 pandemic, we implemented a citywide furlough for all non-safety positions. Based on the best financial projections available at the time, it was necessary and prudent to implement the furlough in order to avoid potential workforce reductions. Year-end review of the fiscal year 2021 budget shows that the city's projected revenue losses anticipated due to the pandemic fortunately did not materialize as expected, and the city is in a financial position to issue repayments to employees who were furloughed over the last year. The circumstances that make it possible for the city to reimburse employees for the furlough are extremely unique in nature, and this one-time reimbursement is non-precedential. The one-time repayment will be equal to the actual furlough reduction amount taken by each employee for fiscal year 2021, which was calculated on each employee's wage and salary step. The city has already made MSERA pension contributions on each employee's regular non-furloughed payment amount each pay period during fiscal year 2021. Therefore, this repayment will not incur additional pension costs. Staff will present a resolution and final side letter with the total amount of the furlough reimbursement for each bargaining group for approval at our council meeting on July 19th. So with that, staff recommends that the City Council take public comment and direct staff to return at the next meeting with resolutions seeking approval of the successor MOUs for AFSCME Local 1 and for WCE.
Thank you, Manager Gonzalez-Shelton. We appreciate you combining both of those as they are similar. This is a first reading, so it will come back, provided that it is approved for that. It will come back for the resolution at the next meeting. So any questions, Vice Mayor Bushy? You guys can just nod your head. Councilmember Kurtz? No? Councilmember Hill? Okay, Councilmember Urens-Gulati. Okay, no questions on this item. City Clerk will open the public comment. And I will receive public comment on both C and D at the same time, please. So both items.
Thank you. If you'd like to provide public comment, please use the raise hand feature. I see no public comment.
Thank you. I will close the public comment and bring it back to the council. As Manager Gonzalez-Shelton stated, we'll need to have two separate actions on this item. So, and they will need to be read into the record. We're learning. The city clerk is training us. It needs to be read into the record.
I'll make a motion if can do that at this point.
Yes, please.
I move to direct staff to return with a resolution adopting a successor memorandum of understanding with AFSCME Local 1 and Furlough Reimbursement side letter.
Thank you. Moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Hill.
Aye.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Aye.
Councilmember Urens-Gulati.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye. That motion carries 5-0. Is there a motion on the second item, item D?
I'll go for that as well. I move to direct staff to return with a resolution adopting a successor memorandum of understanding with the Western Council of Engineers and Furlough Reimbursement side letter.
Thank you. Is there a second?
A second.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Hill.
Aye.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Aye.
Councilmember Urens-Gulati.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye. That motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Next item is 5E.
And the next item is for discussion and consideration of the successor MOU for the San Rafael Fire Chief Officers Association. This group represents the 4 sworn battalion chiefs in the San Rafael Fire Department. And the current MOU will actually expire on June 30th after a 1-year extension. The city and representatives of the Fire Chief Officers Group have met over the past few months to negotiate the terms of the Successor MOU. A tentative agreement has been reached and membership subsequently ratified the tentative agreement. The major elements in the Successor MOU include agreement for a 3-year term from July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2024, the value of a 3.5% base wage increase for the bargaining group in year 1, and the value of a 4% base wage increase for the bargaining group in years 2 and 3. So overall, the compounded cost for this MOU is approximately $310,000 for the 3-year term. In addition, there were some non-economic items outlined in the staff report and included as part of the draft MOU, which addressed language clarification or other operational matters. So with that, staff recommends that the City Council take public comment and direct staff to return at the next meeting with a resolution seeking approval of the Successor MOU for the San Rafael Fire Chief Officers Association.
Thank you. I'll see if there are any questions from my colleagues. Vice Mayor Bushy, Councilmember Kurtz, Councilmember Hill, Councilmember Urens-Gulati. Okay, not seeing any questions. I will open it to public comment.
If you would like to provide public comment, please use the raise hand feature. I see no public comment.
Thank you. I will bring it back to the council. And again, this is the first reading, so it is a motion for bringing back the resolution. San Rafael had adopted the, I can't remember what it's called, daylighting, something. It has some sort of, what was it? Coin light.
Coin light.
So that is why, for people watching, that is why we will be bringing it back, so the public can give input in between. So with that, I will entertain a motion on this item.
I'll make a motion to direct the staff to return with resolution adopting memorandum of understanding pertaining to compensation and working conditions for San Rafael Fire Chief Officers Association, July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2024.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Hill.
Aye.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Aye.
Councilmember Urens-Gulati.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye, that motion carries 5-0. Manager Gonzalez-Shelton, it is still your floor.
Almost there. So the next item I'm presenting for discussion and consideration is the Successor MOU for the San Rafael Police Mid-Management Association. SRFA represents the 6 sworn captains and lieutenants in the San Rafael Police Department. The current MOU will expire on June 30th, expired on June 30th, 2021 after a 1-year extension. The city and representatives of the Police Mid-Management Group have met over the past few months to negotiate the terms of a Successor MOU. A tentative agreement was reached on June 22nd and membership subsequently ratified the tentative agreement. The major elements in the city negotiated Successor MOU include agreement for a 3-year term from July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2024, and a 4% base wage increase for each year of the contract. Overall, the compounded cost for this MOU is approximately $500,000 for the 3-year term. In addition, there were some non-economic items outlined in the staff report and included as part of the draft MOU, which addressed language clarification or other operational matters. So with that, staff recommends that the City Council take public comment and direct staff to return at the next meeting with a resolution seeking approval of the Successor MOU for the San Rafael Police Mid-Management Association.
Thank you very much. Any questions for my colleagues? Vice Mayor Bushy, Councilmember Hill, Councilmember Kurtz, no, and Councilmember Urens-Gulati. No questions on this item, so we will open it up for public comment. Thank you, City Clerk.
If you would like to provide public comment, please use the raise hand feature. And I see no public comment.
Thank you. I will close the public comment and bring it back to the council for a motion.
I will move that we adopt a Successor Member of Understanding with San Rafael Police Mid-Management Association. We're on F, right?
Yes.
I got it. Okay.
Thank you.
1 second.
Sorry, for clarification, for F, this will be recommended, the recommended action is to direct staff to return with the resolution, not to adopt the resolution.
Correct. I direct staff to return with the resolution adopting the Successor Memorandum of Understanding with San Rafael Police Mid-Management Association.
Perfect.
Thank you. Excellent motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Hill.
Aye.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Aye.
Councilmember Yadin Skalati.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye, that motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Okay, so
Yep,
the final item presented this evening is the SEIU 1021 Successor MOU for discussion and consideration. SEIU represents 125 full-time equivalent positions in departments across the city. The current MOU expired on June 30th, 2021 after a one-year extension. The city and representatives of SEIU Local 1021 have met over the past several months to negotiate the terms of a successor MOU. A tentative agreement was reached on June 24th, and membership subsequently ratified the tentative agreement. The major elements in this MOU include a 3-year term from July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2024, and the value of a 3.5% base wage increase for the bargaining group in each year of the contract. Salary increase percentages for individual classifications may be lower or higher than this percentage based on where classifications fall in comparison to the labor market. Overall, the compounded cost for this MOU is approximately $3.1 million for the 3-year term. In addition, a draft template side letter is attached to the staff report, which outlines the same terms as presented for AFSCME Local 1 and WCE regarding repayment of the furlough reduction, which was implemented in fiscal year 2021. The one-time reimbursement is non-precedential and will be equal to the actual furlough reduction taken by each employee for fiscal year 2021. Staff will present a resolution and final side letter at the July 19th council meeting reflecting the total actual amount of the furlough reimbursement for SEIU Local 1021 employees. So with that summary, staff recommends that the City Council take public comment and direct staff to return at the next meeting with a resolution seeking approval of the successor MOU for SEIU Local 1021.
Thank you so much. I'll see if there are any additional questions before public comment. Vice Mayor, no. Councilmember Kurtz? Councilmember Hill? Councilmember Yadin Skalati? No further questions on that, so I'll open it up to the public for any input on this item.
If you have public comment, please use the raise hand feature. There's no public comment.
Okay, I will close public comment and bring it back for a motion.
I think it's my turn.
Okay, read it in there.
All right, I'd like to make a motion to direct staff to return with resolution adopting the MOU pertaining to compensation and working condition for SEIU Local 1021, July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2024.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Bushy.
Aye.
Councilmember Hill.
Aye.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Aye.
Councilmember Yadin Skalati.
Aye.
Mayor Kate.
Aye, that motion carries 5-0 and represents a lot of hard work on both the negotiating team, the staff, as well as the union representatives. So we thank them for getting to this point, and at the next meeting, we will hopefully finalize all of these. So thank you for that. And in adjournment, if any staff is still on, do turn your cameras on so we can see you. Before I adjourn, I am going to turn it over to Councilmember Yadin Skalati. We adjourn in memory of people who have had an impact on our community, and we have such an incident with Mr. Sean Castle, and I'm going to turn it over to you, Micah.
Thank you, Mayor Kate. Today we are closing our council meeting in memory of Sean Castle, who passed away unexpectedly last Monday, June 29. Sean has been a beloved music teacher at San Rafael High School for the last 20 years. He was also a Bulldog himself, and even before he finished college in UCLA, he knew that he wanted to come back to San Rafael High to teach music. He created the award-winning programs with jazz, wind ensemble. He taught chorus and steel pens. He loved music and adored his students. Dedicated, passionate, inspirational, a role model, and a very, very good human being. He touched the lives of thousands of students, but also their families like mine and faculty members. I was very fortunate to know Mr. Castle, as he taught my daughter. Whew. I'm also honored to know his mom, Chris Castle, our teacher at Sun Valley for many, many years. We are really heartbroken, and we send Chris, Sean's family and fiance, friends, and our entire community healing thoughts and prayers. Sean will be greatly, greatly missed and never forgotten. Thank you.
Thank you, Micah. That was incredible. So in his memory, we are adjourning tonight's meeting. Be well, stay safe, everyone. Good night.
Good night.
Night.